Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up again! We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing Hacker Frogs After School today. We're doing Hacker Frogs free hack, and we're hacking all the things. So it's another week over here at Hacker Frogs, and today's Monday. We usually stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If you ever wanted to take a look at the schedules that we do for these live streams, you can find it over here on Reddit at this link over here. You can join the Reddit, you can keep track of what we're doing over there, or you can also catch us online over at Discord if that's what you prefer. I've just left a link for the Discord server if you want to access that. All right, so everybody, what are we doing today? So it's Linux Monday, so we're going to be doing some Linux stuff. But first, we're going to be starting off with a little bit of puzzle gaming. We play some puzzle games. We try to get better at solving puzzles. It helps with our problem-solving skills. And that's the first hour of today's stream. So that's topic one. Topic two is going to be Hacker Frogs After School. And we're going to be taking a look at some digital forensics. So digital forensics is one of those specialties of cybersecurity. It's not one that I am super good at, so I like to teach and I like to learn at the same time. And today we're going to be taking a look at memory forensics. So computer memory forensics, and we're going to be doing that over at the TryHackMe platform. If you don't have an account over at TryHackMe, you can make one over here, and I'll just leave the link in the chat. There you go. So if you want to participate in today's Hacker Frogs After School session, you'll need an account over there. Don't worry, you're not going to need to pay anything. We do everything for free over here as part of our education programs. So that's the second hour of today's stream. The third hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing it's not going to be a demo, but we're going to be trying to solve some challenges over at the Hades CTF game over at HackMyVM.eu. So depending on, we might warm up with another game beforehand, but these are a series of hacking challenges that require you to have a good understanding of Linux, and as well as C-compiled Linux binaries. So that's going to be the third topic for today's stream. And the last topic, we're not going to be doing this challenge over here called Chocoping, but what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing something a little bit different, and we're going to be doing some of the digital forensics challenges over at HackTheBox. So the digital forensics challenges at HackTheBox are called Sherlocks, and they've got a number of free ones that you can do over here. And we're going to be seeing if we can solve some of these challenges and do a little bit of learning along the way, do some write-ups and do some documentation. It's going to be a lot of fun. I haven't come back to HackTheBox to do hacking in quite a bit, but it is a very popular cybersecurity education platform, so that's what we're going to be doing for the last part of today's stream. So without further ado, let's do the first part of today's stream. We're going to be warming up with a little bit of puzzle gaming. I'm going to put 60 minutes on the clock, and then we will get going. If you have any questions about cybersecurity, or you just want to chat, feel free, because while we're doing our gaming segment, we don't need to stick to just gaming inside of the chat. And let me see if I can get going here. Okay, so I think what I want to do is I want to make this full screen. We're playing a game called The Witness, and The Witness, if you're interested, it's on sale right now. Hold on. You can save 80% off on The Witness right now if you want to buy it, and it's only $8.79 Canadian, which is probably, it's 80% off anyways. So if you're ever thinking about getting this game, now is a pretty good time. But anyways, let's keep on going with the game. Okay, so in The Witness, there are a bunch of these panel puzzles. So the panel puzzles are set up in a way where there are certain paths you need to create inside the puzzle. So for example, we can go over here, and so the way you solve the puzzles inside of The Witness is that you have to follow a number of rules. So the colored blocks and the shape of the blocks are going to tell you what the rules are. So in this case, we've got these star blocks. So the star blocks, they need to share territory with each other. And by sharing territory, I mean that when you create the line, that they all exist in the same contiguous number of squares without a break between them. So the purple star blocks in the corners, they can exist together, and the orange ones as well. Okay. So this lowers a bridge. Where does this lead us? Oh, this is just an exit. Okay, so you need to wander around. This looks like it could be a puzzle I could solve. Not too sure. But yeah, so this was just a way for us to create a shortcut. I'm not sure. But the goal of the game is to eventually solve all the puzzles in a certain area in order to activate it. And after it's activated, it creates a beam of light that shoots somewhere in the sky. Ronan, hello, nice to see you here. Aren't you usually on Twitch? Or are you another user? I'm not sure. Okay, so this series of puzzles is activated here. We solved all these puzzles to make this bridge. I think I got this game for free from Epic. Yeah, every once in a while. El Poca Coca says, I have a question if you don't mind. Yeah, I'm up for answering questions. ShinBDR says, morning, Mr. Hat. Hello, ShinBDR. Nice to see you here. So, how do we activate the puzzles over here? Okay, let me try activating this again. This raises the drawbridge. Is there something on the drawbridge that we need to mess with? Well, I mean, I guess it's a good thing to have it open, because why would you want to have it closed? So I'm just going to step over here. Oh, we've got this other series of puzzles to do. Yeah, okay, so we've got a lot more puzzles in this area to do. One and only Ronin, hello, nice to see you here, no worries. You feel like being on YouTube today, that's not a problem. Okay, so how did these block type blocks work? So these Tetris-like blocks over here. El Poca Coca says, do you have ever struggled with imposter syndrome? Yeah, all the time. Imposter syndrome is all over tech in general. InfoSec, yeah, also. And I'm on my 3rd year studying cybersecurity. I feel so behind. The only way to combat there are a few different strategies people have for combating imposter syndrome. Number one, you need to realize that you'll never know everything. And sometimes there's going to be some things that you don't quite understand. In tech or in anything, it's impossible to know everything inside of tech. You can educate yourself, and it's a good thing to become educated on a lot of different topics, but you just need to realize that you'll never know everything. I guess you need to accept the fact that you'll never know everything, but keep optimistic and keep learning, because if you give in to the feeling that you'll never know everything and kind of despair about that, then that's a really bad way to go about it as well. Other people, they'll say you don't know this thing or you don't know that thing, but you still call yourself a tech person. Oh, anybody who does hacking knows about this. Why don't you know about this? People are gonna say stuff like that. You just need to realize that it's impossible to know everything, and just plug in the gaps plug in those knowledge gaps where you can. Okay, so what are we doing here? So these blocks here, they require you to Fubar Toto. Hello, nice to see you here on Twitch. So these blocks right here, they require you to make a shape that looks like the blocks over here. So this 3 block requires you to make a 3 block with their lines, and the 2 block requires you to make a 2 block with your lines that looks just like this. But Yeah, I wish I could have given you a more concrete answer, El Poco Coca, but it's imposter syndrome. It's not something that's ever really going to go away. Okay, so we need to include these symbols here. So if I include these symbols, the problem is that I can't create a situation where the two purple star squares share territory. So you see here that we've that if I do that solution, then these ones are invalid. So how can we do this? Ronan says only the ones good at at BSing know everything. You know, if you pick at a person's knowledge, unless the person is very, 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 very knowledgeable about everything, you'll eventually find a hole in their knowledge. And of course, it's easier with some people than others, but it's yeah. Shimpier says, is it mandatory to fix clock in VM while doing AD labs? Fix the clock in the VM while doing AD labs. I've never really set up Active Directory labs before. If anybody else has experience setting up Active Directory labs, maybe you can answer ShinBDR's question about fixing the clock. ShinBDR says, I haven't been able to authenticate with creds into HTB. It throws a clock error. Hack the box. I mean, you should be able to authenticate into HackTheBox servers. They should be configured correctly. Fubar Toto, I'm in my third year studying cybersecurity. Definitely, if you're already following cyber content on the internet, you're probably above average level interest of the class. Cybernerd Dante says, I think that imposter syndrome is natural and you can even be a useful tool as long as you don't let it stop you from asking or for help or speaking your mind. No one in this field knows everything. No, I find that in cybersecurity, a lot of people are hyper specialized. So if a person does a lot of one thing, they tend to lack in knowledge in other specialties. I mean, this is natural because nobody is going to be able to understand every specialty of cybersecurity. It's impossible. But yeah, this is something you need to keep in mind. Cyber Dante also says, also the field requires that we continuously learn no matter how much we know. Yeah, if you step away from cybersecurity and you don't touch a computer or read anything about it for a couple of years, you're gonna be left behind. Fubar Toto says, or at least all machines synchronized. Better do it. Have all the machines synchronized. I mean, if you're dealing with Hack the Box, it'd be tough to synchronize the clocks on those machines unless you have like high level access already. If you're doing it from a user level, I would ask on the Hack the Box forums. Okay, so can we also create the shapes like this? No. Okay, so they literally have to be horizontal in this case. Furatoto says, once you have a working command to synchronize with Kali, your Kali with them, it's good. It's definitely something I need to learn more about because my Active Directory hacking skills are not all that great. So how do we include these two in the same area? I'm not really sure how this is going to work. So this has to be some sort of teaching moment here. So normally what we would do to make this shape is do something that looks like this. That's going to include the 3 block and the 2 block requirement. But doing this means that I have to isolate the two purple blocks. But they need to share territory in order to for them to qualify. So how are we going to do this? So let me show you what I mean by having the purple blocks share territory. So if we do a pattern like this, then the two purple blocks are fulfilled. They qualify, but the other two Tetris blocks, they don't qualify. Okay, Shimbier says, I've tried forcing with NTP date, but it doesn't work, so I guess I'm going to have to manually update my VMs whole time. Are you talking about your Kali Linux machine? Or are you talking about the Active Directory machines that are part of the HackTheBox network, the Windows machines? Okay, so we can do it like, if we do it like this, then we don't get the 3 block here. So this configuration makes it so that this 3 block works, but it's not. Yeah. So I'm not sure what the trick is here. So it might have something to do with negative space. So creating, I don't know, like this, and then thank you very much for following on Twitch, Some Kaze. Some Kaze or some K's, not too sure how to pronounce that. If you're pronouncing it like some sort of Japanese word, then it's Kaze. Hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. If somebody, GS Volt says, try going 2 block, then encircle your 3 block on your way out of the exit. On your way to the exit. Okay, let me read your message, GS Volt. Going from 2 block, so create the 2 block here, and then encircle the 3 block on your way to the exit. So we made the 2 block here, and then go left. And then make a circle around the 3 block. So like this. I don't see any other way it could. Yeah, it doesn't work. So if we do it like that, then we can't fulfill the, well, first of all, this doesn't work. We could do it like this. This could work, but it doesn't work for the purple blocks, because the purple blocks have to share territory. So I really don't know how to go about it this here. There's got to be something that breaks the rules. Or some sort of exception to this rule. Something like this. Maybe some sort of rule where these can be included somehow. Okay, let's... Okay, that didn't work. All right, so if anybody if anybody's played this game before, you can give me a hint, because I have no idea what's really going on here. So there's got to be some exception to this rule. Not sure what the rules are. Very strange. Yeah, I mean, you know, just when you think you've got the rules, just when you think you understand the rules in this game, they throw some weird curveballs at you. Okay, so you know what we can do? We can walk away from this, and we can solve some other puzzles. We'll just walk away, and maybe we can find another series of puzzles. What's going on over there? On your stream art, there's an orange hat with the letter G. Oh, that's the Shy Hat. Or that's the original Shy Hat. The Shy Hat is it's a baseball cap. It's not a G. G is because G is what people call me. Oh, okay. It's not exactly a G. It's a stylized E, and it's supposed to be a cap from. It's supposed to be a baseball cap for a Korean baseball team. Hold on. I think what we need to do is we need to create a bridge that leads over there from over here. Let me go back there. Okay, we go down here, and then we head over to this other place. We've got all these. So there was a puzzle with an alternate exit, and I think we might want to go over in this direction. So let me try solving this. Separate like this. Okay, so we're what does this do? We want to we want to go off in this direction because we want to get to that that platform there. Is there another alternate direction we can go in? I don't think so. Oh, this one. Okay, so we solve it this way. We can solve it in the other direction too. So I guess it's basically the same thing, only we end up at the other in the other direction. So up and then around. Like this. Okay, now what does this do? Wait, did I want to end up here? So where does this bring us? Does this save us time? Oh, it does save us time. So I might be able to make it over... Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. So this button over here, Grimran says, what are we doing today? So we're just doing a little bit of puzzle gaming first, and then we're going to be doing digital forensic stuff in the next, after 38 minutes or so. And then we're going to be doing some Linux puzzles. Okay, so let's... Okay, so we have to race down here. Uh-oh. Down, then over. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're supposed to race over here to get in this door, but it looks like... Oh, you know what? Maybe there's a way to create a bridge that leads in this direction. In that case, we wouldn't be... Well, we'd be able to make it. Let's take a look. Are there any alternate paths on any of these puzzles? I'm just looking for some alternate exits. There's an alternate exit on this side. Okay, so let's solve this puzzle again. So we need to make sure that the two purple boxes here need to go and study. See you next time. No worries, Shinbi. Hope to see you next time. Have a good day at school. Okay, so it's the same thing. We need to start here to make sure that the purple star square is matched up with another star square, with another purple square. Then we need to make sure that there are that the green squares don't share territory with the other purple squares. So we can isolate one group like this. We can We can isolate the greens like this. We can make sure that these purple squares are isolated from the other green squares. Okay, I think this works. And this will create a bridge that goes off in this direction, hopefully. Okay, that works. Cool. Okay, so this should be super easy to make the time limit. Okay, open that up, climb up here, and then go in here. Does this mean that... What does this do? Uh-oh. I want to exit. Let me out of here. So what did throwing that switch do? Oh, okay. This activates... Okay, so I'm finished. I'm finished with this part of the island. So this'll just... I'm waiting for the laser to shoot out. So it should shoot out and, okay. I wonder how many I'm missing now. So it looks like I've done 1, 2, 3, 4 different sections of the island. I'm not too sure how many more I have to do. But it looks like... Well, let me just get out of here. And I think to exit, I need to change the direction over here. So, where do I change that direction? It's here, okay. So just... Okay. Okay, so I can exit here, great. And I guess I don't need to do those extra puzzles. So... I'm guessing that the other sections of the island that I need to complete, they're going to be on the opposite end. Or they're going to be in this direction right here, because it looks like there's supposed to be a beam that goes from this direction here. I'm just going to wander around. Oh, this grass is really tall. Did we finish this section? I'm just going to wander in a straight line until I get to the other side of the island. And then... This is taking a really long time to go. Come on. Okay, and then we can change the direction of this. I'm guessing we just make the same shapes and it'll bring us back. So here we need to make this shape. And this shape, and this shape. Okay, and this will bring us over to the other side. So we need to find some way to get onto the other side of the island. If you're interested in trying this game out yourself, the game is 80% off on Steam right now if you want to pick it up. It's also occasionally offered for free on Epic Games, but that's not so reliable because you never know when those sales are actually going to happen. Okay. I'm going to try wandering over on this way. I really wish this stuff rotated a lot faster. One, two, three, four. There's either one or two more areas I need to finish before all of the beams are activated. So we'll see in a bit. Climb on. Okay, I'll just get off when it reaches this blue platform over here. Do you think there's a beam that that's in this area as well? I mean, there might be. I've solved all this stuff. I'm pretty sure there are a couple of puzzles that I didn't do in this area. I might have to revisit this. So there's this bunker area over here. Oh. Huh. It looks like I didn't solve this last puzzle. Let's take a look. So we need to exit over there, up there, and we need to create this shape. But we need to create this shape. I think the blue blocks indicate that something can be taken out of it. So we can create a square shape, but we can take one block out of this thing. So something like this. But we need to exit up there. Like this. Okay, that activated. But what does it do? But what does it do? Let me step outside. Maybe something changed. I don't see anything changing here. So it affects the blue wire. So where's the blue wire going? I just need to follow the blue wire, I guess. So I've been working on this game for a while. I highly recommend this game. It's a very, very inventive puzzle game for people who enjoy solving puzzles. And the reason I'm doing puzzle games is because I figure as a person who does hacking and like cybersecurity stuff, I should be better at solving puzzles. I'm actually not very good at solving puzzles, so I want to train myself. Okay, let's follow that blue wire. The blue wire goes where? It goes down here. Okay, so what's down here in this section? More puzzles. Okay. So we need to make a 4 shape and another 4 shape, but with one thing missing. So we could probably do it like this. No, we can't do it like that. We can do it like... Oh no, we need to include that thing. How's this gonna work out? We need to include it, but we have to not include it. It's kind of... Okay, oh, wait. So the other thing that we have to understand about the blocks here is that we can build a 3 block up here, and then put the 4 block from here up on this row. So as long as we include... So as long as we do this... I think what we can do is... So this kind of shape should work, because we include the straight line and the other straight line, but we subtract 1 block, because that's what the blue block does. But we also need to exit at the top right corner. So exiting at the top right corner... That's the tricky part I'm seeing right now. Okay, we can make something that looks like... So we need this. We definitely need this. We can omit. Oh, you know what we can do? I think we can do it like that, like this. So this includes the horizontal for block. It includes the vertical for block, and then we subtract one block. That doesn't satisfy any of this. Wait, what? Wait. Is it... Does it want something like that? So this is literally what they're asking for, but we need to subtract one block. But if we subtract one block, then it suddenly doesn't qualify. Oh, we also can't get up to the upper right corner. So how does this work? So we can make it so that, you know, we can make it so that this qualifies, but we need to make it so that the other ones work as well. So this doesn't work either. So doing this to make the vertical for block work, it doesn't work because we need to not include something. Huh. So how does this work? I could have sworn that this was supposed to be the solution here. What was it? Like this? Flash U says, just share your account for the overwire tutorials. Subbed, no worries, no worries. Vertical 3, horizontal 4. Vertical 3, horizontal 4. So vertical 3, I get. But the thing is that if we make it vertical 3, like this. Say we make vertical 3 like this. Then we don't actually include the vertical block, and the vertical block has to be included. So I don't see how to do vertical 3, because if you do vertical 3 one way, then one thing is going to be excluded. If we do vertical 3 like this, then the block that actually lets you omit one is not included either. So I'm not sure. We can stack these on top of each other as well. So we definitely need this shape. We need to include everything here, but maybe we could make a shape that looks like this. Yeah, they all have to be included inside the shape. So if I could make a shape like this and also exit up at the corner, then everything would be okay. But how about this then? How about, yeah, this is what I thought would be the solution. But this doesn't qualify either. Or do we need to avoid it? I don't think we can avoid it. Can the pieces overlap? If it wasn't for the subtract a block, it would be, would this even be possible theoretically? If it wasn't for the subtract a block, then it would look like this. But somehow we would have to exit up at the top. So maybe it's not possible. So let me do a little bit of experimentation. I'm pretty sure we can't just omit the block. If we just try to omit the block, ooh, that doesn't even go. Yeah, we couldn't even make this thing. Is a subtract a block specifically for one shape, or is it for both shapes? You know, that's a good question. I was under the assumption it was for one shape, but maybe it's for both shapes. So if they both qualify, then maybe we can do a subtract a block for both of them. In which case, it would be... I mean, I don't even know what it would look like. Because we need a 4 span in order to include all the blocks. If we could omit one more, then it would look like this. No, that doesn't work either. Sola says, can the pieces overlap? The pieces, can they overlap? I don't know. We need to include the blocks. If we didn't, well, you know, if the blocks aren't included in the shape, then we don't need to worry about them. This is supposed to be some sort of teaching. This is supposed to be a tutorial puzzle. It's supposed to teach you something important for solving the next puzzles. So this is as much as I can tell. If we just subtract one block, it would go like this. If we subtract two blocks, then if we subtract a block in the vertical direction, then we need to omit either the subtraction block or the 4 block, and that's not really possible. I mean, the other way we could do this is... I don't even know what the other way would be. Would be something like... Yeah, I mean, the other thing is that the blocks can't really overlap. I think, Sola, you're correct in that case. So we would have to have something that looks like... This isn't even possible, right? Because there's overlapping blocks in this case. So we really need the subtraction block in order to have this work. So it would look like... It would look something like this. This would qualify, but we need to find a way to get up to the top. Maybe like... I still can't think of a shape that doesn't look like this. But it needs to include... Can you just make anything get accepted with the subtraction block and see how it functions? Every time you include the block, it doesn't seem to like it. I saw one block accepted without it. So the subtraction block, it's a bit tricky because I can't get it. Has to be subtracted from the 4 over here, the 4 vertical. I can get this shape okay. I can get this shape okay. You just need to make a 4 block, but then, you know, the other blocks aren't included. So if I just do this, this also doesn't get included. This doesn't get accepted. So I'm not too sure how to go about this. So we would do this, and then we would put the other one on top. This. I think this would work, but we can't find a way to create this shape and also exit at the top right. Can we shift it? Can we shift this down? So if we shift it down, it looks like this. Oh, is this it? That's it. That's it. Okay. Okay. That worked. All right. So next we've got 2 subtraction blocks. So we got this one. So we need to make this shape here. And we also need to... I mean, just making the shape is fine. We do it like that. To do the other 4 shape, we do this. But to do them both, I mean, we can't do it without a subtraction block. And we can't do a subtraction block. Now which okay, here's the question. So we would need to do it on this axis here. Since there are 2 subtraction blocks, maybe something like this. So this is pretty close. Maybe how does it even work? No shape box gets subtracted. No shape box gets subtracted. So we would have to... something that looks similar to this. But we also have to include the subtraction blocks. So we got the 4 on the bottom, and we got 3 at the top. But we need to subtract 2 blocks. Maybe like... Okay, so we got a 4 and then a 4 and then a 3, or a 3 and a 3. This works if we're doing 3 and 3, but we also need to exit at the top. Like this. Oh, it works! Great. Okay, that works. How many more do we have? We got 2 more. Or maybe 3 more. We have 3 more puzzles. Okay, well, let's give it a go. We got 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes. So we got this funky shape here, and then we've got the 4. So to make this funky shape, it looks like this. It looks like that. We've also got the 4 shape, and we can subtract 1. We would need to do the 4 shape down here, subtract 1, and then also make this shape, like this. I mean, this looks doable. We just need to make it one contiguous shape. So the shape would look kind of like this. We also need to make sure that we can exit at the top right. Now, how do we get that to happen? The other way we could do this is we could put the 3 shape at the top. We can do the 3 shape or like this. The 3 shape is at the top, and then we add the other shape on top of it. So if we add the other shape on top of it, it would look like, what would it look like? This is the shape here, and then we just add the 3 shape on the top. But how do we make that shape with the lines? I'm pretty sure we can't shift the lower shape over, because it doesn't really work. So 3 shape here, and then up. No. Or 3 shape up top. Is there any other place we could put these shapes? It's the horizontal 4 has to go either on the top or the bottom. And it's got to be subtracted from. Maybe it's not the horizontal 4 that needs to be subtracted from, but it's the other shape that needs to be subtracted from. So if we assume that we can include the horizontal 4, just like down here somewhere, then we can subtract 1 from the other shape. Subtract 1 from the other shape, and then we would be able to go up to the top after we make it. But the thing is that we also have to include this square. So we do horizontal 4 on top here, and then we do the other shape, but we leave off one thing. Maybe like we make the L shape like this, and we leave off. Okay, we got 3.5 minutes to solve this puzzle. Don't know if we're going to be able to buzzer beat this. Okay, create your 4 block here, but also leave on. Yeah, I think this works. Okay, that worked. That's worked. Okay, we managed to solve it. Within the time limit. Oh gosh. What do we got here? We got 4 blocks that we need to create, and then we need to subtract a block of 4. Is it a contiguous block of 4 that they all need to be together? And Xmetric says in before hacks. Yeah, we might need to hack the game to solve this. We just need to go into the files and then, you know, set all of the puzzles to solved. And then we bypass the entire game. Okay, so how do we even go about this? So we can so this, we can stack these on top of each other, but we need to make one, we need to subtract 4 blocks. Cheatengine.exe for the win. Yeah, that's that has to be the solution, right? So if we're able to stack these on top of each other, can we make... See, the other thing about this is that it has to reach all the way up here. But is it this? No, it's not that. It's not that because we need to include... We need to include all this stuff. But I'm pretty sure we're getting close. It's got to be something like super silly looking. So if we need to include all of these blocks here. Can we stack them on top? And then take a big chunk out of them. Maybe like this. I'm just kind of going off the cuff. So this might be one of those puzzles where we need to bust out the paint tools so that we can slowly puzzle this out. But we're probably going to get to this next time because we're running out of time for this segment of the stream. Alright, so let's just get ready for the next part of the stream then. But yeah, we'll figure this out. We can sit down with some paper and pencils, and then, you know, and then hash out a solution for this next time. All right, let me get out of here then. We're gonna start the next part of the stream. Everybody, if you want to get The Witness, which is this game here, it's on sale right now until the 20th of November, so for the next 10 days or so. If you want to pick it up, here's the link. And let me set up the next part. Okay, topic 1 is done. Topic 2 is here. Topic 3 is on deck. And let's do HackerFrogs AfterSchool session number 7 for digital forensics. So we're going to be using this room over at TryHackMe. So if you've got an account at TryHackMe, you can go over to this link first, and we will meet you there. But before that, we should probably do a little bit of an introduction. So let's see. Batch 2, after school, we're doing digital forensics. We're doing session number 7. Okay. So everybody, digital forensics is going to come to a close after the next session, but yeah, let's enjoy the time that we have with memory file forensics part 1 first. We'll also do part 2, and let's begin. Oh, You know, I need to start my timer so we don't go over time. This class is the 7th class for digital forensics. In the last workshop, we learned about the following digital forensics concepts. We learned about autopsy forensic software. Autopsy is the GUI implementation of the sleuth kit, which is another disk image forensics toolkit that we looked at, and it allows users to view the contents of disk image files in a much more intuitive manner. It's a GUI program. It's got your file trees, which you're probably used to from working with stuff like Windows. And in this workshop, we're going to be learning about device memory forensics with volatility. So volatility is the program we're going to be using. And we're going to be doing it through this challenge over here. It's called Advent of Cyber 2022 Day 11 Challenge Part 1. So we're going to be working with this particular challenge for a couple of days, for a couple of sessions rather. And let's talk about memory forensics first. So what is memory forensics? Digital memory forensics is the examination of data in computer memory. So on your computer, you've got specialized hardware that houses a bunch of data. That's called the memory of the computer or the computing device. It's usually called volatile, and let's talk about that later. Okay, advantage of memory forensics. So volatile memory can contain the decrypted versions of encrypted files, passwords, and encryption keys, and these things are present in the memory of the computer when you extract them to create a memory image. Volatile memory also contains data about all of the running processes on the system, and running processes, it just means programs that are in the middle of execution, which can include malicious processes, which include stuff like malware. So you can do a lot of malware analysis through memory forensics as well if there's malware running on the computer when you take that forensics snapshot. Memory forensics can also provide insight into process creations and termination times and network connections, which can help investigators track the sequence of events in an incident. So this is one of the options that for people who are doing incident response can take from computers that are involved in an incident. Memory forensics file creation. So the software that is used for the creation of memory forensics files differs depending on the OS of the system to be dumped. Let's see. Grimrin says, did you know that a processor is made from a rock? Well, I mean, there's all sorts of... I'm not completely sure about how processes are made, but I'm sure it's a very fascinating process. And it probably has a lot to do with mineral extraction. Yeah. But yeah, Grimrin, thank you for pointing that out. So we've got the major operating systems, Linux, and we got Windows, and we've got Mac OS, and they all have different programs that are used to create these memory forensics images. So some popular options include Lime, which is the one that we can use for Linux, WinPMem, that is the program we can use for Windows, and OSX PMEM, which is the program that we can use for Mac OS. So we're going to be talking about the volatility memory forensic software, and volatility is a powerful free tool used for memory forensics, which is written in Python. So there are some quirks to the volatility software. We'll talk about those a little bit later. So we're going to be using a module from the Advent event from the TryHackMe platform. TryHackMe runs an event every December, which covers a lot of different cybersecurity topics, including digital memory forensics. So I really like the Advent event over at TryHackMe. They've got 25 different challenges in the month of December, and they really give you a good cross-section of all sorts of different topics and tools that you could use for cybersecurity. We'll be looking at a TryHackMe Advent module to learn about memory forensics. Xmetric asks, what is a prosecker? Prosecker. I'm assuming that Grimrin meant processor. I'll just be charitable like that. Okay, so TryHackMe Advent 2022 Task 16. So the module that we're going to be taking a look at is from the Advent event from 2022. and this is the link over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and start up that machine. So once you're logged into TryHackMe, navigate to this page here. I'll show you what the page looks like when you haven't done it before. Let's see, reset the progress, leave the room. Okay, so if you haven't accessed this room before, this is what it's going to look like. Of course, you need to be logged in order to see this, otherwise they'll just ask you to log in. You need to click on this green button over here that's labeled Join Room on the right-hand side. Just click on that. Just click on it. Yeah, okay. And then go over to task number 16, I think. We need to go to task 16. So on the page, just navigate down. They've got a lot of different stuff here, but we're looking at task number 16 today. So this is day 11, memory forensics, not all gifts are nice. Processor, yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay, so let's go ahead. So click on task number 16, day 11, and you're gonna see a start machine button over here. So the green start machine button is going to start up the virtual machine we're going to be using to investigate the memory image file. Go ahead and click on that button, and that's going to split your web browser pane in two. And we just need to wait for the machine to initialize. So while we're waiting, let's just talk a little bit about some terms we need to understand to do memory forensics. So over here. So we're talking about system processes. So one of the biggest advantages of memory forensics over other forensics methods is the ability to examine system process information. But what are processes? So when we're talking about computer processes, processes are programs running on the system. So any program that you run in the middle of execution, it's a process that is running on the system. So for example, if you run the text editor program, that program becomes a process until the program is closed. So for example, yeah, run a program and then it becomes a process while it's running. So on the Windows OS, the Task Manager app lets us observe which processes are running on the system. So if you ever do Control-Alt-Delete on your keyboard and then select Task Manager, the Task Manager is going to show you all of the processes that are running on your computer. Any .exe is a process. While the program is running, it's a process, yeah. So processes are divided into two categories. There's user processes, which are programs started by users, and there are background processes, which are processes that are run and managed by the operating system itself. So we're going to be using a lot of the Volatility memory forensic software. Volatility is a powerful free tool used for memory forensics written in Python. There are two major versions of the Volatility software currently in use. There's Volatility 2 and Volatility 3. The reason for the difference between the two versions of Volatility are because Python was split in two. There are two major versions of Python that are, well, version 3 is the official version, but version 2 still sees use every once in a while in older tools. So version 2 versus version 3. So this workshop uses Volatility 3, which is based on Python 3, but keep in mind the Volatility 2 is still used regularly since there are many plugins and modules exclusive to Volatility 2. So the reason why we would still use Volatility 2 is because they haven't ported some of the tools in Volatility 2 over to Volatility 3. So it's a bit messy. Okay, so as a consequence, we need to be careful when we look up volatility commands. As a rule of thumb, all Volatility 2 commands include the -- profile argument. Alexander Chinlen says, which is rather obnoxious to be honest, Python 2 is cancer. I mean, Python 2 is just, well, it was a stepping stone to get to the current version of Python. Thank you very much, Grimrin, for redeeming the Stellar J. That's my favorite bird. Okay, volatility3 commands often include an OS type .module argument such as windows.pslist. So if you see a volatility command that includes -- profile, you're probably dealing with volatility2. And if you see OS type module, so Windows something or Linux something, then you're dealing with volatility3. Okay, so we've got a couple of example commands. So volatility2 might look like this. So -- profile, Linux, Ubuntu, something, something. And then volatility3 might look like this. So windows.pslist. So just keep in mind, Grimren, please don't spam redeems while the workshop is going on. Don't do that. Okay, so while we're running volatility,
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
while we're using volatility, we're going to have to save some of our output with output redirection to some file. The reason we do this is because some of the volatility commands take a while to run, and if we're looking back and forth between these this command output, we don't want to have to spend a lot of time running the commands over and over again. And that means we're going to want to save these files out, or the output of the commands out. Okay, so let's answer those try hack me questions. So if we get stuck, we can always look at a cheat sheet, and I've got a cheat sheet over here for a bunch of different volatility commands. Okay, so by now your machine should have initialized over here. And the good thing is that, well, we're just dealing with a command line module. Volatility is a command line tool. After you're done loading up your machine from task number 16, you're going to see a directory in here called volatility3. So all of the files as well as the volatility program are going to be inside that directory. So before you can do anything else, you need to enter that directory. So we're just going to move into the volatility3 directory. So inside of here, there is the volatility program itself, vol.py, and this is volatility version 3 to be specific. And there's also the memory file that we're going to be investigating, which is called workstation.vmem. So we're going to be talking about how to investigate this. All right, let's get started. Okay, so we're just going to go over to the Try Hack Me page. Under task 16, there are a bunch of questions down at the bottom. If you're interested in learning more about memory forensics and the volatility program, you can always read the materials inside of the task here. It's very, very good. But since we don't have a lot of time to work with here, we're just going to skip over this stuff. And we'll just talk about how to interact with the module using volatility. Okay, so let's see. So the first question is, what is the Windows version number that the memory image captured? So this initial scan may take upwards of 10 minutes to complete. Why not grab some water and stretch your legs? So if you want a list of the different commands we need to do to complete this module, you can find them over here at the GitHub. Okay, so I'll just copy that for everybody to look at. So this is the second part, inspecting the Windows info to answer the first question. So in the terminal, use the following command to retrieve the info for Windows version of the memory file. So it's Python 3 vol.py.f workstation.vmem windows.info. So this is going to be a very common thing that we do when working inside of volatility3. So we need to do -f to include the file name, which is workstation.vmem, and then we've got windows.info. So it's OS operating system .module name. Okay, so we can just copy this. I'll copy this command to the chat just in case you want to try it out yourself. And let's go over to the Try Acme page. I think it doesn't look like we can copy it over. That's fine. We can just type it out. Okay, so it's Python 3 vol.py -f workstation.vmem. Okay, no worries, Grimran. Workstation.vmem windows.info. Okay, so when we run this file, we probably want to redirect it to some file that we want to save so that we don't need to take a look at this later. So we'll just call it info.txt. Okay, so we're not going to see it. Well, okay, we are going to see it run. So we're just going to see the program run over here, and the reason why we're saving this out to files is because, well, if each one of these volatility commands takes like a minute or two to run, we definitely don't want to be running these commands more than once if we don't need to. Okay, so we're using volatility to get some information about the Windows version, or, well, just general information about the Windows system using volatility 3. So the initial scan may take upwards of 10 minutes. It doesn't really take 10 minutes, but it is taking a little longer than we would prefer. So if you've ever used volatility to do memory forensics before, if you've ever done memory forensics challenges before, let us know in the chat, and maybe we can share some notes. So what is the Windows version number that the memory image captured? So, I mean, if we just wanted to guess, it's 2 digits. It's either going to be Windows 10 or Windows 11. So pick your poison there. And I think what we're looking at is Windows 10. So just, well, okay, let's not spoil ourselves. Let's take a look at the actual information. It should be done in about a minute or so. Just got to wait for the progress bar to tick on over. Okay, is it still going? The progress seems to have reset back to 0%. Ah, 100%. Okay. All right. The other thing we can do is we can give ourselves a little bit more room in here so that we can. It's a little bit more comfortable looking at the output. Okay, so after that, we should see that there is a info.txt file in here. We'll just read that. Joke's on you, they chose Windows XP, so the 2 characters are actually XP. That makes a lot of sense. So just cat out the info.txt file. And all of that time was to get this information right here. So we've got PE Major Operating System version 10. So we are dealing with Windows 10 in this case. We've got some other information as well. So the root of the file system is C Windows, which is pretty typical, and some other stuff. So is 64-bit true? So it is a 64-bit operating system. Well, it is something you need to confirm because in the past, or if you're dealing with really old computers, you might be dealing with 32-bit systems. And yeah, so let's go ahead and answer the question. So the first answer is number 10. Submit that. Artifact says, really interesting. Thank you for sharing it with us. No worries, no worries. I think digital forensics is a really cool specialization inside of cybersecurity, and I really want to learn more about it myself. But yeah, I'm happy to be able to introduce it to everybody. Okay, so the next question is this. what is the name of the binary/gift that Secret Santa left? So what we need to do is we need to take a look at the processes that are running on the system. I think what we can do, we can use the same stuff that we ran previously, but we just need to change the name of the module that we're running. So instead of windows.info, it's going to be windows. I think it's PS tree or something like that. So hold on. Where was the cheat sheet that I pointed everybody to? Let's take a look at the cheat sheet right now. Okay, so Volatility 3 cheat sheet. We can also switch over to Volatility. Well, it actually starts with Volatility 2 in here, so we need to make sure that we switch over to Volatility 3. They've got commands for both Volatility 2 and 3. So we're going to search for processes, process information. Okay, so we got PS lists, we've got proc dump, we've got mem dump, we got handles. Most of the time, we just need to use something like PS list. So we're just going to go over to Volatility 3. So it's vol.py-f path to file windows.pslist. So they've got 3 commands here. They've got pslist, they've got pscan, and they've got pstree. So they all give you slightly different output, but in this case, we're just going to use the pslist command. So we're just going to go back, and we're just going to change it to windows.pslist, and we're going to change our output file to pslist as well. So pslist.txt. Let me copy this just for people who want to. Oh, yeah, so that's the command we're using. Just let me just edit this and then run the command. Okay. So these next commands, they shouldn't take as long to run, but it's still something that we want to save to a file, because we don't want to spend a lot of time rerunning these commands. Okay, so after that, we've got our pstree.txt file here. Let's go ahead and read it. Okay, and so this is a bit difficult to read, but these are all of the running processes inside of the memory dump. So we can see some different files over here, some different exe files, and we see their PID and their PPID as well. So PID is something that stands for process ID. That's the ID number of the process. And the PPID is the parent ID of the process. So parent ID means the process that created the process. So most of the time, processes create other processes. And oh, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So when the ads run on Twitch, we run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and take a little bit of a water break. I'm just gonna have a little water break. Can't go too long going talking nonstop. Anyways, while the break is going on, enjoy these birds. We'll be back in about 20 or 30 seconds. Just need to have a little bit of water. Okay, let's get back to it. All right, so we've got the process ID and the parent process ID. Every once in a while, we're going to need to reference these numbers if we want to do some. Jack says bird, and bit008 says, are these birds yours? They're not, well, I mean, they're not my pets. They're just birds in my area, and I put out bird seed and peanuts for them to eat, and they come around. And it's really fun to watch them loading up on peanuts and bird seed. Okay, so we can go through the list, and we can take a look at any files that might have suspicious file names. And to get just the file names, we could probably run a little bit of grep. So we just run the same command. We grep out star.exe. Hold on. Grep e star.exe. Nope. How about just look for the pattern exe? Okay, so this better lets us see what the names of the files of the processes are. So we got msedge, we got conhost, cmd.exe, we've got notepad.exe, and a bunch of other stuff. So there's actually one command that is a little bit suspicious, and let's see if we can find it. I think the reason we weren't able to identify this is because there's the name of the process has been truncated a little bit. So how about just ex? This one right here, this is what we're looking for. So there's one particular process called mysterygift.exe that we're looking for. So what is the name of the binary gift that Secret Santa left? The other way we could identify this is we could just grep for the word gift, and that'll also point out the this file over here. So mystery gift, it's got a process ID of 2040 and a parent process ID of 5588. So the other thing we can do is we can find out what process spawned this process. So we can look for 5888, and we see that let's see, cmd.exe is the process with this process ID. So the cmd.exe command spawned these other processes here, mysterygift.exe and conhost.exe. Okay, so the answer for this question is mystery gift gift.exe. I misspelled the word mystery. Okay. So the next question is, what is the process ID, the PID of this binary? So it's pretty easy to look up. So mysterygift.exe, the first number is the process ID. So the process ID is 2040. Okay, so dump the contents of this binary. How many files are dumped? So dump the contents of the binary. This is another thing that we can do. We can take any one of the binaries inside the dump, and we can get the contents of the files that are required to run the binary. So the way we do that, we can go over to the cheat sheet over here, and we can look this up. So dump, this is over here. So this is it over here. So volatility 3. So path to file, -o, path to directory, windows.dump files, -pid. So the pattern looks like this. So before we do this, we should probably create a directory to dump our files into. So this is how we're going to do it. Okay, so we're just going to make a directory called dump. And then when we run the dump file command, we can specify this directory to dump into. Because otherwise, we're just going to flood this current directory with a bunch of files, and it's going to make everything really messy. So let's go ahead and modify this next command. Okay, so it's Python 3 vol.py -f workstation.vmem windows.dump files. Okay, let me modify this. Windows.dump files. We don't need to redirect this because it makes a bunch of files. We need to specify the PID. So the PID of this process here is 2040. So we do --PID 2040. And we also need to specify an out directory. So with the O argument. So -o we'll do dump. And I think this is all we need to do. Okay, so let me copy the command so that other people can reference it. Okay, let's run the command. So this is just dumping out all of the files that are associated with a certain process. So after this is done, we can enter the dump directory and we can take a look around. Okay, there are a bunch of DLLs and some other stuff. Okay, so let's enter that directory, dump. And we've got a bunch of different files that are associated with this. Orboon Plus, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so these are all of the libraries that are associated with this particular process. So we should be able to, well, this will give us a lot of information about the process itself. And the question is, dump the contents of the binary. How many files are dumped? So there's going to be, we can manually count these files. Let's see. There was a trick that I came up with. Let me take a look at that. Let's see. Enter the dump directory and count the number of files. We can count the number of files by piping the output of the ls command into the wc command. So we just do ls and then pipe it into wc. It should give you the number of lines, which is the number of files. So this is just a little trick. So ls and then pipe it into wc. This will give you 16 lines. So there are 16 files. So the answer is 16. Okay, next question is, okay. So there's some other questions that we're going to be answering after this, because these are all the questions that they've specified for the official part of the Try Hack Me page, but we're going to be answering some different ones as well. How much time do we have? We got 27 minutes. Okay, let's move on to the next set of questions. So the next set of questions is also inside of the GitHub file here. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Huh. Okay. We can move on to the second part. We've got an extra set of questions. Let me find those questions. I did this in a workshop that I did in person. Let me just get that stuff. So it's not in HackerFrogs. It's going to be for the in-person workshop I did for DC604. Volatility workshop. Questions. Sag Faults, hello, nice to see you here. Okay. So we got some extra workshop questions over here, and I'll just leave the link. We're going to be answering these questions. This might be a bit of a spoiler. Actually, this might be a bit of a spoiler for the next session. Maybe what I can do is I can find another memory thing for us to look at, or maybe I can find some other stuff next time. Okay, but anyways, okay. So the first extra question is, what process created the mysterygif.exe file? So mysterygif.exe, this is the file that we identified that might be a malicious file inside of this memory, inside of the memory dump image. And if we take a look at, let's see, the pslist.txt file that we created, so mystery gift has a parent process ID of 5888. Hanky, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream, and hope you're having a good morning. Okay, so The parent process ID is 5888, and for any one of these processes, we can look up this kind of information as well. But yeah, so the answer for our next question is 5888. Where is it? Here. Oh, sorry. What process created the mystery gift.exe file? Okay, so it's the same kind of thing. We see that the process ID number is 5888, so we just need to grep it out. Grep out that number, 5888. And we see that in the first column, we see 5888, and that is command.exe. So that's the file that created the mystery gift.exe file. Okay, what's the next question? So next question is, according to the memory dump command line history, what suspicious file is opened by notepad.exe? Include the full file path. Okay, so we're going to be doing some extra stuff here, and we need to take a look at the command line history. So this is another good thing that we can do inside of volatility, and we can just go back to the cheat sheet, and we can look for command line. Command line. So this is the name of another module inside of Volatility 3. So we just click on Volatility 3, and the command is just windows.command line, or CMD line. So we just need to go back and adjust our command. We want to make sure that we're outputting to... Wait, which directory are we in? I just want to make sure that we're not in the dump directory right now, because we want to make sure that we don't pollute that directory. Okay. So the command is this one, right? We're going to output to cmdline.txt, and we're going to run windows.cmdline. Okay, and we don't need to include the out file in this case. So the command is going to look like this. Okay, let's run the command. So what this is going to do is it's going to dump out, if it can find it, it'll dump out all of the commands that were run from the command line. It's a useful thing if you can get it. You're not always going to be able to get it from the image file. Okay, so we've got commandline.txt. Let's take a look. And okay, so these are all, well, supposedly these are all the commands that were run from the command line here. So it's a bunch of these. It's a bunch of these binaries right here, and we see the full commands that that were run as well as the directory from which they were run, which is interesting information. So you can see all of the different command arguments that were run with the commands as well. And we're looking for something suspicious looking. So oh, there was something suspicious that was run by notepad.exe. So in the output, we can just grep out notepad, or just note. Okay, so notepad.exe was running C users cmnatic desktop secretfile.txt. So I don't know if we can specifically get it secretfile.txt, but we know that Notepad was running a file, or was editing a file called secretfile.txt. So that's the answer for that question. Where are we? Over here? Okay, so include the full file path. If we wanted to include the full file path, then it's over here. C users cmnatic desktop secretfile.txt. So the next question is, according to the memory dump command line history, oh no, we did that one already. Question 3, according to the memory dumps file networking, dump files networking information, what file is associated with the local port 80? And what about foreign port 80? So this is another module that we can run. It's called networking, I think. Network information. Here it is. Okay, netscan. So this is volatility 3. So we just run windows.netscan. There's also another one called netstat. So we can try running both of these and see what the difference is between this command output. Let's go back in. So we'll just adjust our command here so that it says netstat or netscan. Windows.netscan, and then we'll just output this to netscan.txt. Okay, let me grab the command here in case you wanted to use it as a reference. Okay, is it done? Is it stuck? I guess I need to wait for it a little bit. Although I guess if it doesn't come back in a couple of seconds, I can reload the page. Hopefully, it doesn't erase all of my progress. All right, let's reload the page. Just a second, everybody. So everything, I think all of the commands that I've been running today that can be found on the cheat sheet over here, created by this person, Ashley Pearson. Very good. I really like it. Where are we? Okay. Let's see if it, hopefully it didn't reset. Okay, it looks like our stuff is still here. So the last command we ran was netscan. Yeah, so we got netscan.txt. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Okay, so this will tell you what programs are running and operating on what TCP and UDP ports on the system. So you can see here we've got specific processes that were running with different networking ports, and we're looking for port 80 in this case. So we're looking for port 80. We can just go through an important part of looking through all of this, all of the data, is being able to pick out little bits of relevant data for what you're trying to investigate. In this case, we can grep out port 80, and we see here that there are two. Well, there's only one process that's running on port 80. So we got on all networking devices on port 80, we've got python.exe running. Not too sure what that might be. It's listening. Okay, so I guess it's a Python program that is listening for incoming connections. So this is on both TCP/v4 as well as TCP/v6. So it's running on both of these TCP addresses. Okay, and I think, yeah, it's also running on local port 80 over here as well. So 127.0.0.1, which is localhost. And that's, oh no, this is Mystery Gift. So Mystery Gift is running on port 80 as well. But it's not listening, it's an established connection here. Okay. All right, so we can answer those questions. What program is associated with local port 80? What about foreign port 80? So local port 80 is associated with the Mystery Gift binary, and foreign port 80 is associated with Python, so python.exe. Okay, so the next question is look at the running processes. What is the parent process of the mysterygift.exe file? I think we've answered that already. So it's cmd.exe. Didn't we? Which process created mystery get file? What is the parent process of the mystery get file? Yeah, it looks like these are redundant questions. Okay, look, according to the Windows registry files, what is the name of the local host? So this is kind of a tricky one. So we're looking for the name of the local host, and I don't know if it's included on the cheat sheet. Host name. We could probably search for this. So volatility 3 get image host name. So we got some useful, maybe useful stuff from the AI over here. So Windows.registry.printkey plugin. This plugin allows for the extraction of specific registry keys and their values. Okay, so specify the registry key path. The host name is typically found within the control set 1 control computer name key within the system hive. Thank you very much for following. Yeah, boy, Sean. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so it looks like we're running windows.registry.printkey. So let's go ahead and try that. So the command is Python 3 vol.py. Whoops. Uh-oh. Looks like the computer is going weird on me. Okay, Python 3 vol.py workstation vmem windows. What was it called again? Registry.printkey. Let's go in here. .registry.printkey. And I guess we can output to something called registry.printkey.txt. Okay, and what else are we supposed to add on to this? Let's take a look. Specify the registry key path. The host name is typically found within control set 1 control computer name. Okay, so so I guess they give us the call command here. -k. Okay, so we need to add another argument. So we just copy this. Let's go back. Looks like we can't directly copy that, but this is what it looks like. I'm just going to put this in the chat so that I can copy it from there. Conveyor belt, hello, nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so this K argument is -K control set 001 /control /computer name /computer name. And then close those quotes. Let's see if this works. Okay, I'm just going to copy this thing. Okay, let's run the thing. Cannot open file vol.py. No such. Oh, are we in the wrong directory? Yeah, we need to move into the volatility 3 directory first. Okay, let's try that one more time. And it looks like we've got unrecognized arguments. Okay, so I actually have the command that we're supposed to be using for this thing, but I thought I would be able to wing it a little bit and just get it from the helpful AI, but I guess that's not the case. Hold on, let me grab my guide one more time. Okay, after school session notes for forensics session. In this case, it would be session 8. Okay, so this is the proper command here. Let me go back. Okay, let me, oh, it's dash dash key. Okay. So it's not dash capital K, it's dash dash key. Let me copy that. Dash dash key, and it's the same thing, control set 000. Oh. Okay, we need to make sure that some things are lowercase and some things are uppercase, maybe. Okay, it looks like it works now. Okay, so after that's done, we're going to have something called registry.printkey.txt in here. Let's just go ahead and read that. Okay, so, I mean, there's a lot of duplicate information in this file, but we see, let's do that one more time. Registry printkey.txt. Yeah, where is this computer name? Oh, I misspelled this thing. Sorry everybody. I made a typo. It says here computer name and not computer name. So that really makes a difference. Your machine is going to expire soon. Okay, I don't think we're going to be using it past the next 8 minutes or so. So I think we're going to be okay. Let's run the same thing. Remember, everybody, if you don't spell stuff correctly, if you make typos, you don't get to hack, and that would be very sad. So everybody, please catch your typos. Okay, let's read the thing again. Here we go. We got something. So the computer name in this case is desktop something something something. All right, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we'll run them on YouTube. And let's put on the birds. So we're just going to put on these lovely birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to take a little water break, but enjoy the birds. I'll put on a little bit of music too. Okay, that was it's a strange musical choice to go with these woodpeckers, but you know what? Let's go with it. Anyways, okay, so we managed to find the name of the computer that is well, the name of the computer from which we got the memory dump. All right, so I think we might be able to answer one or two more questions before we need to finish the workshop. Let's take a look. Okay, so obtain the file hash for mysterygift.exe and search it on VirusTotal to answer the following questions. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're just going to get the file hash for the mysterygift.exe file, and then we will finish it up. Afterwards, we're going to be taking a look at mysterygift.exe and trying to find out some extra information about this particular piece of malware. Okay, so we'll go back to try hack me. In this case, we're not really dealing with volatility anymore. We're just trying to get the file hash. So we dumped all the files associated with mysterygift.exe into this directory here, and mysterygift.exe.img. So the reason why they put this extra img suffix on the file names here is so that the file doesn't accidentally get executed at some point. And so how do we get file hashes? Let's see. Oh, we're working with Linux. So if we're working with Linux, it's pretty easy. So if we don't want to get an MD5 hash for a file, we just run MD5 sum and then the name of the file. So I can just, so let's just grab this big cumbersome file name, copy, paste. MD5 sum, file, whatever. Okay. 1, 2. Yeah. All right. So it just looks like this. I was afraid that I was going to have to type out the whole name. That would have been a big pain in the butt. All right. So we got this file hash right here. So we just need to copy this and we need to provide this to VirusTotal. So VirusTotal is a very useful website that we can use to investigate different pieces of malware. So just going to copy this. I'll give everybody else the file hash as well. There you go. We would go over to virustotal.com. And then we can insert a file hash. So let's see, file URL search URL IP address domain or file hash. We're just going to paste in the file hash and we're going to search that way. So here, after we've inserted the file hash, this gives us information about this particular file that has been identified as malware. So you can see all the different antivirus engines that identified this particular file as malware, and they've got 71 different types of antivirus engines. 41 of the engines identified this file as malware. So we're going to come back to this file in the next session, and we're gonna do a little bit of investigation to figure out what kind of malware we're looking at. But we're gonna end it there, and we'll talk about what we learned in today's workshop. Okay, so over here. So we answered the Try Hack Me questions. We answered some extra questions, and let's review the digital forensics concept we learned in this workshop. So, memory forensics. Digital memory forensics is the examination of data in computer memory. It can give forensics investigators a view into processes running on the system. We took a look at volatility memory forensics software. Volatility is a powerful free tool used for memory forensics, written in Python. So the two versions that are currently used, Volatility 2 and Volatility 3. What's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool Digital Forensics Workshop, we'll come back to volatility and discover some functions and methods to discover more memory file secrets. So we actually did most of the extra workshop in this workshop, but it's fine. I'll come up with some extra materials for us to go through in the next session. Okay, so everybody, let's move on to the next part of today's stream. Let's see, stop. So topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. Okay, so what we're going to be doing next is we're going to be doing some labs over at not TryHackMe. Let's shut off TryHackMe. Hold on, I just need to do a little bit of housekeeping. So when I just want to close out some of these tabs because I hate having too many tabs open on my web browser. Okay, these are the labs we're going to be doing, and you don't necessarily need to have an account over at HackMyVM.eu, which is they just host the challenges, and we're going to be doing some challenges from the Hades CTF labs. I've got some. Well, we're going to be doing new challenges from the challenges I haven't done anyways. Let's go over to our walkthroughs for those challenges over there. We're doing HackMyVM, and we're doing HMV Labs, we're doing Hades. Okay, so I've done up to level 17 over here. If you want to take a look at the stuff that we've done in the past for this particular set of labs, you can find it over here at GitHub. But before we do super difficult labs, I thought I might highlight a new set of challenges that I've found for Linux, for little Linux puzzles. It's called the Command Challenge, CMD Challenge over here. So we might want to warm up over here by doing some of these easier challenges. Okay, let's give ourselves 60 minutes to work with. Okay, so the Command Challenge is it's a pretty easy set of challenges, but they do get a little bit tricky after the first few levels. So in each one of the levels, it'll tell you what you're supposed to be doing. And the first challenge is to print hello world on the terminal in a single command. There are many ways to print text on the command line. One way is with the echo command. Try it below and good luck. So what I want you to do is I want you to try this out yourself. If you've got experience with Linux, it shouldn't be too hard for you to zoom past the first 3 or 4 levels. But let's see where we get stuck. And the good thing about these challenges is that they offer solutions for you immediately if you get stuck. But what you should be doing is you should be doing a little bit of research if you get stuck, because just looking up the answer all the time, just looking up the answer directly all the time, it doesn't really contribute to your learning. But anyways, let's play some music. Ooh, a little softer. Okay. All right, so level 1, you just need to print hello world in the terminal in a single command. If you think you know what the the command is going to be, maybe you can give it in the chat. But we'll start solving this in just a second or two. So this is just a challenge for, a test of our Linux skills. So the first one is echo. We can echo out a thing, hello world, and that's the correct thing. Okay, so the next, we can go back to this level as well. We could also get fancy with it. So let's see, we could do touch file.txt and then go and then populate that file. Actually, we can populate a file, echo hello world into file.txt, and then cat file.txt. Maybe that gets it done as well. Yeah, okay. Next challenge. So the next challenge is print the current working directory. So this, the current working directory, we can just use the pwd command to get that. pwd, and that gets the current working directory. Okay. Lists the names of all the files in the current directory, 1 file per line. So typically, if you just give the ls command by itself, it'll do all the files in the current directory, 1 file per line. It won't include the hidden files, but that's okay. Okay, so correct, you have a new challenge. So these are the files in there. Take the command challenge.txt. Okay, the next challenge is there is a file named access.log in the current directory. Print the contents. So if you want to read or print the contents of access.log in the current directory, well, we don't necessarily need to solve the challenge immediately. We can just take a look at the contents of the directory here, and in this case, we see the output here, access.log is a file in the directory. So to actually print out the contents, it's just cat access.log. Okay? So this is the contents of access.log. So the next challenge is to print the last 5 lines of access.log. So if you want to just get the last 5 lines or the first 5 lines of a file, there are 2 interesting commands you can use. So you can use the head command, well, I can point this out on my terminal here. So let's just say we've got, say we've got a really long list. So the longest list I can think of is the list of 14 million passwords. It's called rocky.txt. So in your typical Linux or Kali Linux environment, it's going to be at etc. No, user share word lists rocky.txt. So this is a list of 14 million passwords. If you want to just get the first few lines of the file, use the head command. So the head command gives you, how many lines is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is the first 10 lines of this file. So rocky.txt. If you wanted to get the last, well, I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be 10 lines of the file, you would use the tails command instead. Or tail command. So the tail command is going to give you the last 10 lines over here. But when you run the tail command or the head command, you can also get a specific number of lines. So for example, if you run head, you can run it with a number argument, and that'll get you, let's say you want the first 20 lines of rocky.txt. You can run head with -20, and it'll give you the first 20 lines. You could do head with, I don't know, 100, and it'll get you the first 100 lines. So the same thing with tail. If you run tail with -5, it'll get you the last 5 lines of this file, or the last 10, or the last 20. Okay, so what do they want from us? They want the last 5 lines of access.log. So it would be tail -5 access.log. Okay, and correct, you've got a new challenge. Create an empty file named take the command challenge in the current working directory. So if you want to create an empty file, there's a specific command that creates empty files, and that's the touch command. So if you do touch and any name, so touch space, any name will do .txt, you're going to see that this file has been created in here. And the interesting thing about the touch command is that it only creates empty files. You can't create files that have well, if the file does not exist, it will create an empty file with the file name. But if you run it on a file that already exists, what it's going to do is it's going to update the modification time on that file. So if you take a look at the contents of any file will do.txt here that we created with the touch command, you'll see that it's an empty file. It's got a file size of 0 bytes. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish this challenge. So touch space take the command challenge. Okay, and correct, you've got a new challenge. Create a directory named temp/files in the current working directory. Hint, the directory temp/ doesn't exist. With one command, you need to create both temp/ and temp/files. So we can, well, the typical way we create directories inside of Linux is with the make dir command, so mkdir. So we could make one called my directory. And we see that my directory has been created in this directory. So we can also create multiple directories at once by doing it recursive. So make dir, let's get the, Yui says, hack the world, hack the world. I mean, it's Brody, it's Brody. Hello, nice to see you. I didn't see your message earlier. Sorry about that. But hello, it's Brody. We're just doing some Linux stuff. Okay, so create the directories if they do not already exist. So no error if existing, make parent directories as needed with their file modes unaffected by any -m option. So if we want to make recursive directories with a single make directory command, we can run make directory with the -p argument over here. So let's try it on our system here. So make dir -p. Let's call this parent directory and then child directory. Okay, so that should have created both of these directories in here. What we got parent directory here, so moving to that, and there's child directory created as well. So we used a single make directory command to create two different directories, one inside the other. So this is how we do it. So make dir -p tmp/files. Okay. All right, so that was correct. Copy the file named, take the command challenge to the directory temp/files. So we're just doing some file copying in this case. So if we were doing it over here, let's say we want to move a file into the parent directory/child directory here, and we want to move this file over here. Any file will do .txt. We're not moving it, we're copying it. So because they say we need to copy the file. So we just run the copy command with the name of the file and then the destination directory. So it's parent directory, child directory. So after we do that, if we take a look at the contents of parent directory, child directory, then we see that we've moved that file over to the directory. So it's pretty easy. We just need to copy, take the command challenge to temp/files. So it is cp and then the name of the file and then the destination directory here as the second argument. Okay. So the next challenge is move the file named take the command challenge to the directory temp files. It's essentially the same command that we did last time, except that we need to replace the command cp with mv for move. So we just need to type mv, take the command challenge over to temp files. Okay. It's Brody says, I'm new to ethical hacking. Is it recommended to use Kali Linux for more features, or is Windows fine? I think when you're learning about cybersecurity and ethical hacking, most of the time you're going to create a virtual machine, a VM, and the VM is going to run Kali Linux. And the reason why you do that is because while you're working with your Kali Linux machine, you're usually gonna screw up at some point and make your and completely screw up your operating system, and that's okay, because when you work inside of a virtual machine, you can always take snapshots, and if you screw up your machine, you can revert to another snapshot or a previous snapshot where the machine actually works. But yeah, like Kali Linux has, well, let me get that link. So get Kali. The thing you want to do eventually is you want to learn how to create virtual machines and deploy virtual machines on your computer. So your computer can be a Windows computer, it can be a Linux computer. Using virtual machines is a way that you can just have one computer that runs other virtual machines. So this is what I recommend. So use a virtual machine version of Kali Linux. The reason why people use Kali Linux is because there's all of the common security tools that you'll learn about while studying cybersecurity on the Kali Linux machine. Okay, let's go back. Command challenge. Okay, so a symbolic link is a type of link that is a reference to another file. Create a symbolic link named take the command challenge that points to the file temp files take the command challenge. Okay. It's Brody says, so if I pick VirtualBox, it comes with Kali Linux? No. So Kali Linux is, these are the different virtualization softwares you can use to run Kali Linux. So, oh, sorry, Where is it? Virtual machines. So you can use VMware, which is one software that can be used to create and run virtual machines, or VirtualBox, or Hyper-V, or QEMU. So I tend to use VirtualBox. I've used VMware in the past, but most of the time VirtualBox works okay. VirtualBox is just a program that can be used to create and run virtual machines. It's not connected to Kali Linux specifically. It's Birdie says, "Are you live on Twitch too?" Yeah, I'm live on Twitch at the same username. Here from YouTube, more active on Twitch than YouTube. I'm gonna be here. No worries, no worries. But yeah, after you've got VirtualBox running, I have a YouTube video that covers this, how to install VirtualBox and how to create your Kali Linux virtual machine. Let me get that link for you now. So this video here, it might be a little bit outdated, but the information still should be okay. Glymex asks, can you run any kind of operating system with a virtual machine? So mostly people run Linux machines with virtual machines. You can run Windows machines as virtual machines, but it's a little bit tricky. And technically it's possible to run Mac OS virtual machines, but I've never run Mac OS virtual machines. They get it gets kind of tricky because you need to purchase the actual operating system first, and I've never done it myself. But yeah, most of the time you can run Linux virtual machines, Windows virtual machines. Technically, any type of virtual machine, any type of operating system is going to be okay. JC, hello, nice to see you here. Tap in more. No worries, no worries. Okay, let's go back to the challenge. So create a symbolic link file called take the command challenge that points to file temp files take the command challenge. So we're talking about symbolic links in this case. So a symbolic link is a file that points to another file, basically. So I think the command we want to use is called ln. So ln, so for example, if we have a really big file that we want to create a link to, for example, rocky.txt, we could run ln-s to create a symbolic link. And we're just going to create one called rocky. We'll make a file in this directory called rocky that points to rocky.txt in this directory. Lambda asked, is Kali for daily use? I wouldn't recommend using Kali Linux for daily use because it's a specialized operating system for cybersecurity and security testing. You could technically use Kali for daily use, but I don't recommend it. You should probably use the correct tool for the correct job. Daily use, Kali wasn't created for daily use. Okay, so after we give this command here, there's a file called Rocky in the directory. If we take a look at the file, we can see that Rocky is a symbolic link that references user share wordless rocky.txt. Panako Panko is here. I use it daily, but I'm a nerd. Well, okay. I don't think that was the question, but sure. Everybody, Panako Panko is another InfoSec streamer who does stuff on hacking and cybersecurity and stuff. Let's give her a shout out. Welcome to the stream, Panako Panko. Fedora is a great OS if you want a Linux desktop. Panako Panko probably knows better than me. I don't use Linux as a daily driver. It's Brody says, okay, I may purchase a Chromebook that is up to date and install the Kali Linux and switch it through BIOS. I mean, I recommend running Kali Linux as a virtual machine, but if you really want to run Kali Linux as a main operating system on your laptop, I'm not going to stop you. It's just that my preference is to run Kali Linux as a virtual machine. Okay, so this is how we create a link file. Let's go ahead and create that in the challenge. So it would be ln-s temp files take the command challenge, and the name of the file we need to create is called take the command challenge. So take the command challenge. Okay, that was correct. Lambda asks, it's Birdie says, no wait, Panacopanco says, if you're just starting out, maybe get a Raspberry Pi or a virtual machine. Isbirdie says, I just want to do it because I can travel with it, and my PC somehow won't let me use VirtualBox due to some reason. Okay, and Panacopanco says, more likely for you to use it more. Lambda asks, what do you recommend for daily use? Use whatever operating system you're currently using. Use whatever operating system is most comfortable for you. It might be Windows, it might be Linux. Panacopanco recommends that you use Fedora if you want to use a Linux desktop environment. Myself, I would say something like Mint, Linux Mint, or Ubuntu, but I don't have as much experience using Linux as a daily driver. Okay, so delete all of the files in this challenge directory, including all subdirectories and their contents. Hint, there are directories and files that start with a .rm-rf star won't work here. There are files and directories that start with a dot. So in this case, we just want to delete everything in this directory specifically. It's very important when we use when we're using Linux, when we're using certain Linux commands, that we know exactly what we're affecting. We don't want to necessarily delete everything in the file system, but we do want to delete everything in this directory. So let's take a look at the rm-help. So to remove a file that starts with a dash, for example, -foo, rm-foo, or rm/-foo. If you use rm to remove a file, it might be possible to recover some of its contents, given sufficient expertise and/or time. Okay, so by default, rm does not remove directories. You must use the recursive -r option to remove each listed directory too, along with the contents. Any attempt to remove a file whose last file name component is last name file component is dot or dot is rejected with a diagnostic. Okay. Ignore non-existent files and arguments. Never prompt. Prompt before every removal. So we don't want the prompt in this case. So -r recursive. So this isn't something I usually do. So when I use Linux, I try not to delete things unless absolutely necessary, but I guess this is where we have to learn about this. So rm recursive force. So star won't work here. There are files and directories that start with a dot. So So Linux deleting hidden files. So delete hidden files in Linux, use rm command for specific types. To delete all hidden files in the current directory, use rm. So we need to do .star. So rmrf, I mean, I guess the only difference is that there's .star versus just star. Okay, Lambda says, SM1 advised me to use Linux daily if you want to learn it, because it will make you do your research to get your needs. I mean, if you want to fully immerse yourself into Linux, yeah, you can totally just use Linux as your daily driver, sure. But yeah, I mean, go ahead if that's what you want. The good thing about using Linux as a daily driver is that you're gonna You're going to learn to solve your own problems with the Linux system, which is a double-edged sword, of course. Okay, so it's just going to be rm-rf.star. Test failed. Files or directories remain. Try again. Refusing to remove dot or dot dot directory. Skipping. Oh, wow. Refusing to remove dot or dot. Okay, so Linux deleting dot and dot dot directory. So you cannot permanently delete the dot and dot dot directories because there are special directory entries representing current and parent directories respectively. While you can't delete them, you can use the rm command to delete the contents of a directory, such as rm-rf path to directory star or rmdir command, delete the empty directory. There's a video. Okay, so single period is a special entry that represents the current directory. Double dot is a special entry that represents the parent directory. So how to delete the contents of a directory. If you want to delete a directory, empty a directory without deleting it, you can use the rm command with the wildcard. So what that says to me is that you probably want to do rm-rf // So that's my guess. Okay, test failed. Files or directories remain. Try again. So the last command didn't work. I wonder... Let's do a little more research. So I want to delete all of the files in the challenge directory, including all subdirectories and their contents. So we want to delete all the subdirectories as well. I mean, rm-r already deletes subdirectories. Panakapanka says start with the dot. Start with the dot could be .ssh, not just dot and dot dot. So, when we tried this, star dot, yeah, still doesn't work. So it says rm refusing to remove dot or dot dot directory, skipping dot dot. So it skips dot dot in this case, but it doesn't skip. Test failed. So this is kinda... So remove the directory, but only if it is completely empty. So maybe we shouldn't be using rm, but rmdir. Removes the directory, but only if it is completely empty. But I mean, I'm pretty sure rmdir can also be used on non-empty directories as well. rmdir. Okay, so remove directory and its ancestors. So -p, and let's see. Ignore fail on non-empty. Ignore each failure on to remove a non-empty. Remove the directories if they are empty. So I guess this only works with empty... We can't use it on directories that have something in them. So... Actually, let's do a TLDR. Remove empty directories, remove specific files and directories. So the TLDR command is something that I learned from our good friend Panako. It might be a regex thing, probably. Remove specific files, ignoring non-existent ones. Remove specific files interactively, prompting. Recursively? I mean, we got -r for recursive. We can also force. So -f is force. Yeah, it's probably something to do with regex. So if you have a clue, sorry, I mean if you have a possible solution, let us know in chat, because I'm open to taking suggestions. I'm not really too sure what they want in this particular challenge. Okay, so RM, whoops. So we got .config, and don't forget .files. So we need to figure out how to delete all this stuff. Okay, so maybe we can... Selecting everything in a directory with regex in Linux. Ronan says Arsenal is also a good addition to TLDR. I've never heard of that one. Okay, so the shell uses glob patterns wildcards for file name expansion, but not full regular expressions. Glob patterns. So the standard and most efficient way to select all files in the current directory for an operation is the glob pattern star. The shell will expand this wildcard into the list of non-hidden file names. So these are non-hidden file names. To include hidden files, you can use the shell-specific options, or you can use a combination of patterns such as LSA, or a pattern like dot. Well, I mean, can we use this pattern here specifically? I don't know if that's the actual answer. Just out of curiosity, why not use rm-rf? Well, I mean, I thought that might have been the answer, Mr. Ed makes, but apparently that's not the answer in this case. Because if we give that command here, rm-rf, it says test failed, files or directories remain, try again. So apparently there's something about this directory that doesn't work. rm-f dot question mark star, test failed. I don't know, you might want to try this out yourself. So I'm pretty sure you can navigate directly here, but let me see if I can pull it up in a private window. Yeah, so you can navigate directly to this challenge if you want to give it a try. So let's try doing rm dot dash rf according to what Ronan is saying. Test failed. Okay. So rm-rf, and then, oh, what was that pattern we got? It was this one. Dot this thing, this whatever pattern. Paste it in. Okay, that one was correct. But let's go back. Let's go back and test out Panko's command here. Okay, let's try out her command. So this one here, and let's see if this works. Okay, that one also worked. Okay, let me change up my music. So yeah, it was a little bit tricky. The regex trenches. Yeah, I don't... I mean, I understand the need for regex. I'm no good at regex, of course. And we'll try Ronan's command as well. So I'll just grab Ronan's command. We'll go back, paste it in. Correct. Okay, so both Ronan and Panko's commands work. That's great. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. So there are files in this challenge with different file extensions. Remove all the files with the .doc extensive recursively in the current working directory. Remove all the files with the .doc extension recursively. Okay, so I mean, we do rm-rf star.doc. So this will glob onto everything that has a .doc, right? I think this should work. 3D Code Warrior says hello. Hello, 3D Code Warrior. Nice to see you here. Okay, so let's do that. Test failed. Got 6 files. Expected 4. Oh, we accidentally deleted too much. If you ever get the chance to watch a Unix operator do it, so they use so much regex all the time. I mean, I'm not a Linux expert by any means. I just use Linux a lot when I'm doing my hacking challenges. Okay, so we got these .doc files over here. So I thought that star.doc would work. There's this directory in here as well called like 2038. Let's take a look in there. Okay, got 8 files. Expected 4. Try again. So there's another directory in here. So it's .2038/01, and there's another directory in here. 19, and then there is there's 2 more .doc files in here. Okay, so we just want to get the .doc. If we run this one, got 6 files, expected 4. Got 6 files, expected 4. Remove all files with the doc extension recursively in the current working directory. So is it... Was I deleting too much? Okay, so there's 8 files here. Expected 4. What do you mean by 8 files? Okay, so there's these 2 .doc. So if we run the rm command without recursive, and we just get .doc, we delete 2 files. But it expects 4. But if we make it recursive, it says that it got 6 files. I guess for some reason this didn't actually become recursive. Okay, let's just do a quick search. Removing all file extensions recursive Linux. Okay, to remove all file extensions recursively and use the find command combined with move. Use the find command combined with move? This approach iterates through all files and renames them, effectively removing the extension. Huh. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not what they want, but we can find all these things with the find command. That's true. So maybe what we need to do in this case is we just need to run the find command. Find dots. Let's see, name star.doc, and then we can run a command with any files that match, right? So what is TLDR find? Run a command for each file within the command to access the file name. With the command, okay. So exec. So we can run the exec command along with this to remove it. So -exec and then rm. Okay, so -exec rm. Did that work? That didn't work. Test failed, got 8 files, expected 4. So we're only supposed to go recursive to a certain degree. Is that what we're supposed to do, Nun? So if we just do this command, find name start@doc, paths must precede expression. Oh, I did the... Wait, I thought this would work. It's usually find and then the directory, right? Find and then the directory and then the arguments. Careful of globbing. Baldy Locks. Hello, nice to see you here. Careful of globbing. Okay. Got 8 files, expected 4. So we found these. Got 8 files, expected 4. So there are these 4 doc files in here. So this gets the 4 files, and then we can run exec and remove them. Exec rm, or is this the way you do it? Hold on. Exec. I think we need to run a command for each file, use within the command to access the file name. Okay, okay. So we need to do rm and then that file, and then we need to use this pattern here, right? Hold on. Let me copy that. Let's go back. So the pattern here is going to be rm, the file name, and then like this. Okay, that worked. That worked. So the pattern looks like this. Let me copy it to everybody in chat. So first you need to find the thing, find the dot. Well, we just don't use the rm command directly, so that's good. Okay, so the next challenge. So there's a command. There's a file named access.log in the current working directory. Print all the lines in this file that contain the string get. So this seems pretty straightforward. You would just grep it out, right? Print all the lines in this file that contain the string get. So if we were running this on, I don't know, rocku.txt, so cat rocku.txt, pipe that into grep for password. So these are all the lines inside of the rocky.txt file that contain the word password. I'm thinking that this is the exact kind of command you would run in this case. So print all the lines in this file that contain the string get. So just cat, or I mean, we can just grep, right? We can grep directly. Grep access.log. Pattern is get. Baldylock says, this website is awesome. I need to make my coworkers do this. I hope, well, I hope they don't, I hope they have a lot of fun with it. Okay, did that work? That worked. Okay, great. Print all the files in the current directory. Print all the files in the current directory, 1 per line. Not the path, just the file name that contain the string 500. Okay, well, I mean, ls gets everything from the directory, and we need to grep out the line 500. So just ls, and then grep 500. Did that work? It didn't work. Okay. How about grep pattern 500? So if you just type in numbers in the terminal, sometimes you need to make sure that these numbers are between some quotes. Otherwise, they could be interpreted as special characters in your shell. Output does not expect matched lines that contain the string 500. Okay, so 1 per line, not the path, just the file name. Okay, we got access log 1, access log 1, access log, log 1, and log 2. print all the files in the current directory, one per line, that contain the string 500. I don't think anything contains... Oh, wait. We should probably look at the hidden files as well. No Hack Just Bendy. No Hack Just Bendy. That's a great name. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome, welcome one. Yeah. Okay, so let's ls-a and then grep for the string 500. Grep 500. Does not expect... I wonder what's going wrong here. Print all the files in the working directory, one per line. Not just the path. Not the path to the file name. That contain... Oh, contain the string 500. Okay. I misread this. So we're actually looking for files that contain the line 500. Okay, so find. So the output is just going to be the file name. grep rl. Hold on. Let me take a look at the help page for grep. Grep help. So Xmetric says RL. So R is what? Files with matches. Print only files of names of files with the selected lines. Okay. So this just prints out the file name. And R is recursive. I mean, I don't think we need recursive in this case. But yeah. I think just -L works. Print with matches. So let's grep user share wordless. So this directory here, for example, and we're looking for a pattern password. This is a directory. Oh, okay. So in this case, we need to do R. We need to do R, and we need to do the current directory. And okay, so this seems to work. I guess we do need to do recursive in the current directory then. So we would do it like this. So grep R current directory. We have to do -L as well, and we look for a pattern. The pattern is 500. And output does not match expected lines. We got access log and access log.1. Print all files in the current directory that contain the string 500. I don't see why this doesn't work. Okay, so there's access log.2 that we didn't... Yeah, I wonder why this doesn't work. So recursive, current directory. Oh, you know what? I think the reason why it doesn't want the // just the file name, not the path. So what we need to do we exclude this? Yeah, okay. We just need to exclude the dot. In this case, yeah, okay, this works. Great. Okay, next challenge. So the next challenge is print the relative file paths, one per line for all file names that start with access.log in the current directory. Print the relative file paths, one per line, file names that start with access.log in the current directory. So I guess what we're looking for is find. find in the current directory access.log star. So name access.log, well, I mean, we probably don't need to put this between quotes. Access.log star. Output does not match expected lines. File paths must precede expression. What am I doing wrong? Find dash name. I guess maybe I do need to put this between quotes. Okay, that worked. I guess in this case you just need to... Why not just ls? Hold on, let's go back. So the previous challenge was what? Print ls access.log. Oh, you know, I mean, that might work. Yeah, we can give it a try. ls access log star. Yeah, that works as well. That works as well. Okay, next challenge. Print all matching lines without the file name or the file path in all files under the current directory that start with access log and contain the string 500. Note that there are no files named access.log in the current directory. You will need to search recursively. Print all matching lines without the file name or file path in all files under the current directory that start with access.log and contain the string 500. So first we need to identify the access.log files, and I'm guessing we would do that with find. So find in the entire file system name access.log star. And then we need to do something else after that. So print all the matching lines. So we need to run something on it. So .exec grep we want the matching lines only. So grep, we need to make sure that we don't include the file name. Print only the file names. Print only. So we need to do print without the file name. So -h, no file name. So -h. So grep-h. Oh, they're ads. Sorry, everybody. Okay, let's. Let me take a little water break. Just a second. I'll put up birds. There you go. There's a lovely bird. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Just need to have a little sip of water. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Alright, so we do grep-h for no file name. Grep-h. Look for the pattern 500. Let's see if this works. Did it work? No, it didn't work. Okay. Missing argument to exec. Okay, so exec needs to... We need to include this with exec, and we also need to include this pattern as well. Or at least I think that's... Let's see if it works. It works. Wait. No, it didn't work. Oh, okay. So So we got all these lines. What is it looking for? Print all the matching lines without the name, file name, or file path in all files under the current directory. Oh, the current directory. Okay, okay. So we got too much. So we need to look in the current directory, but not the entire file system. Okay, let's try this. That worked. So the problem was that we're looking for inside the entire file system, and it was only looking for stuff under the current directory. So this is the command that works. Of course, for all these challenges, there's usually more than one way to do it. Xmetric says, when you spend a few years doing WordPress log file forensics, you get good at all the Linux things. I mean, I think Linux file formatting commands like cut and sed and awk are really, really nice. Okay, but what's next? Print all matching lines without the file names or file path in all files under the current directory. Oh, sorry, we're on the next challenge. Learn grep, sed, awk, and you're golden. Yeah. Extract all the IP addresses from the files that start with access.log, printing one IP address per line. Okay, this actually seems like a pretty useful thing. So we need to do regex. We need to do regex that matches IP addresses. So, I mean, normally I would go to good old Google. Linux regex match IP address. So in Linux, regular expressions can be done with tools like grep, sed, and awk to match or extract IP addresses. So a common basic regular expression to match IPv4 addresses, 4 sets, is going to look like this. So matches 1 to 3 digits. Let's see this regex. D+, 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 D+. I mean, I don't know. Okay, 4 sets of 13 digits, so 0 to 9, 1 number to 3 numbers, and then a dot, and then repeat over and over again. Okay, matches a literal dot. The entire pattern is repeated 3 times to match the octets and their dots. This just matches the final octet. So you could do grep e and then look for this stuff inside of logfile.txt. Okay, well, we can modify this. What is it looking for? Extract all file IP addresses from files that start with access.log. So I'm thinking first we need to identify the files. We need to get the files. So to get the files, we do extract all IP addresses from files that, let's see. Files that start with access.log. I'm assuming we're dealing with the current directory only. And then we grep out this pattern. Just a second. So it has to be grep capital E. Capital E dash O. Capital E dash O. And then get this pattern. Okay, well, let's see if this works. Oh, that worked. Okay, so it got all the IP addresses, printed them out, one line, one IP address per line. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Here you go. For bonus point, pipe it to sort with U. Yeah? Okay, well, let's give it a try. So, for bonus points, sort you. Yeah, I don't think we don't have any repeating IP addresses here, do we? I think we're good. Okay, so the next one is count the number of files in the current working directory. Print the number of files as a single integer. We just did this. We did this today previously. So it's just ls and then pipe it out to word count. But okay, we can't just pipe it out to word count. We need to get the first the number of files. We need to cut D, get the first field, just like this. I think this works. No, it didn't. Count the number of files in the current working directory. Print the number of files as a single integer. So okay. So what we want is we want this number here. And how do they separate these? So cut D WC word count -L. Oh, right. Yeah. So Alexander, I think you are correct. So -L. No. It was word count -L. And that's just one line. But that's just one line. We're looking for, so lines, hold on. So ls gets this. Oh, it's just one file? That can't be true. Yeah, there's hidden stuff here as well. Okay, so let's run ls-a. Yeah, the WCL is correct. It's just so we didn't get the hidden file. So WC word count -L. Output does not match expected lines. Okay, so the problem here is that the word count also included the directories, because the directories are included as well. Yeah, that's true. So in this case, we need to ls-a gives us 4 files. We don't want 4, we just want 2. So ls-a, is there an extra thing we can give to the ls command that doesn't include parent and current directory? Do not sort. There has to be an option that doesn't include the parent directory and the current directory. Subtracting 2 would be the easiest, would it? Okay, you can do -A almost all. So do not list implied dot and double dot. So we can go back here, we can do ls-A instead, and it'll get just these. So just do that, and then pipe it out to word count -L, and that works. Okay, good, great. Print the contents of the access. Wow, you know what? I thought these would be a lot easier, but some of these challenges get a little bit tricky. Print the contents of the access.log sorted. All right, so this is sort access.log. Well, I mean, I guess that's it. Sick in the mind. Hello, we were just playing some Linux command challenge games over here. This is a pretty fun little game. they've got a couple of different games as well. They actually have something that that is a lot like jailbreaking. There's another challenge here where you accidentally delete all the binaries in your in the /bin directory. Okay, print the number of lines in access.log that contain the string get. So the number of lines. So grep access.log pattern is get, and we just want to get the number of lines, right? So that we can pipe that into word count. Word count -L, as our good friend Alexander pointed out. Does this work? That worked. Okay, great. All right, next challenge. So the file split-me.txt contains a list of numbers separated by the semicolon character. A list of numbers separated by the semicolon character. Split the numbers on the semicolon character one line, one number per line. Okay, so this is more formatting stuff. So it would be something like cut D? No. A list of numbers separated by the semicolon character. So let's just take a look at this thing. So this is, we want to put one number per line, right? So tr, oh, you know what? That's Alexander, that's a more efficient way than I would have done it. So the way I would have done this is I would have done something like, I don't know. What would I have done? So would I have done awk or said? But tr is probably the best answer to do it. So tr split me.txt. Or actually, I would probably do cat split me first. Cat split me.txt, pipe it into tr. Tr, turn the semicolons into new lines. Like this. And I think that works. Yeah, that works. So print the numbers 1 to 100 separated by spaces. So we can make a sequence, right? So the sequence command can create a big list of numbers. But let me take a look at the arguments for sequence. So sequence help. Normally when you run sequence, it gives you by line, but you can also specify the separator. Use string to separate numbers. Default is new line. So we can just do they want spaces? They want spaces. So it's just seq 1 to 100 and separated by space, like this. And let's see if this works. Okay, so Alexander says, specifically use this to generate months before, because writing January to December is annoying. You can type locale mon and it actually gets the same command. Sorry, which command are we talking about? tr or something else? Okay, so let's try this out. Okay, that works. So if we wanted to do this in good old Kali Linux over here, it's seq 1 to 100. So if we do 1 to 100, it does it all on separate lines. But if we do -s, specify that we want spaces, then it does it like this. And if you want to do it for something that you can use for Python, then you can create this to populate a list of numbers. Try the tr command, type locale mon, and you can get months separated by semicolons. So tr Oh, okay, okay. Just a second. Locale MON. So let's just say we had separate them into new lines, tr command. So let's go back to the previous challenge. We're looking for like a numbers, right? Split.me contain a list of numbers separated by the semicolon character. So it's tr locale. Well, I mean the split me .txt. Let me get the help for tr. So you're saying something about locale MON? Where do you put that in the command? Just like this, type locale MON in the terminal, you'll see what I mean. Okay. Locale MON. Oh. Type locale MON, then you get the month separated by semicolon. Okay, so I mean, if you do this and then pipe that into tr, right? Is that what you're trying to say? Tr semicolon into new line. Then you get a list like this. This is actually pretty useful sometimes. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the next challenge. Oh, we're finished. Wow. That flew by. We might spend a little bit more time working on these. How many of these are there? How many have we done? So we got 22 on one line. So there are at least, I don't know how many of these are. Wow, this is pretty impressive. Okay, this challenge has text files with the txt. Let's do another, I don't know, 15 minutes of this, and then we'll move on to the next thing, because this is pretty fun. It is fun coming up with these, well, coming up with solutions to these little puzzles. Okay, so this challenge has text files with the .txt extension that contain the phrase, "Challenges are difficult. Delete this phrase from all the text files recursively. Note that some files are in subdirectories. You'll need to search for them." Okay, well, we need to get the files first. So find dot name star.txt. And after we find them, we need to exec something on them. So just finding the things, yeah, we got these three files here. So .txt. Some files are in subdirectories. You need to search for them. Okay, so find, we're able to find the files. The next thing we need to do is we need to delete the phrases. So exec. So at the end of every exec command or argument, we need to include the brackets and the slash and then the semicolon. So exec something. Challenges are difficult. So we could do tr. We could challenges are difficult, or it's trd, right? tr/d. Challenges are difficult. Okay, let's see if this works. It didn't work. Found that string challenges are difficult. Try again. Only one string may be given when deleting without squeezing repeats. Okay, so only one string may be given without deleting when deleting. do we need to do find? So this, I wonder what's going wrong here. So TRD challenges are difficult. Didn't do it. It didn't do the thing. Okay, so let's just go back. So here we identify some files. So we got these 3 files. We want to run. This is a good one because you're finding TXT files with the challenges are difficult inside of them. Oh. So we grep and only renaming those. Are we renaming them? So maybe we want to grep for grep recursive in the current directory. Look for the phrase challenges are difficult. And we're just run it like this first. Okay, and we found it in these files here. So what I think we want to run the zargs command. Zargs, right? Run commands with arguments and more arguments read from input. So can we run zargs, or do we need to use another command? Okay, so if we just do a little bit of search, Linux run commands on files identified. Is there something inside of grep that can run commands on these files? It would be like a grep rl, challenges are difficult, grep r zargs something something. So grep, take a look at what do you want to run? We want to run tr to delete the phrase. So the phrase that we want to delete is what? It's this one, challenges are difficult. So right now we need to get the files first. Second line says to remove all instances of the phrase in the target files. Yeah. So I was thinking that the command we want to use is grep to identify the files and then tr to delete the phrase. So no messages, invert match, version help, regex patterns. Is there how to handle directories, devices, recursive? So it doesn't look like we can do it with we can't do it with grep. Normally TR is dangerous because it's character-based command, not word-based. Awk or sed would be ideal. So piped through grep, piped through grep. So run commands on files identified by grep. You can use zargs or a while read loop. So using zargs is a powerful command. You do grep l pattern zargs I command something. Xargs, zargs, x. Oh, it's well, you pronounce it xargs. I pronounce The X is a as a Z sound for Zargs. But yeah. Anyway, Xargs, Zargs. So grab the pattern and then run the Xargs command. This tells Xargs to replace the placeholder with each line of input, each file name. This is the command you want to execute, with this being replaced by the current file name. So to delete all files containing old data, rm. Oh, this is to delete the files, but we don't want to delete the files. We want to run the tr command. So let's see. Let's go back in. Whoops. Here. So grep out the files. This is what we do, and then we xargs -i -i, and it's well, I mean, if we wanted to use tr delete. tr delete challenges are difficult in the file. I mean, we'll see if this works. If not, then we'll try something else. Did this work? Nope. Found the string. Invalid input delimiter specification. Okay, so xargs, we need to get a TLDR for xargs. TLDR. Run multiple chain commands on the input data. Run a command using the input data as arguments. Execute the command once for each input line, replacing any occurrences of the placeholder with the input line. Okay, so for each one of these, we want to run tr-d. Challenges are difficult. That didn't work. Okay, so Alexander has a potential solution. Mark Vlogs Gameplay. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Grep RL challenges Zargs xargs I said I challenges are difficult. Okay, let me give this a try. So in this case, you're using. You don't actually need to quote it. The issue is you're trying to pass it to TR. Where did you learn web hacking from? Summy Cod M? Yeah, so I mean, there's a number of good resources for learning about web app hacking. I can pass them to you right now, just a sec, in our education resources for web app hacking. There's a lot of good links over here. Okay, so let's go back. So let's see, Alexander suggests that we use this command. Xargs -i said something something. Let's see if it works. Test failed. Is my command... Hold on. Let me get the entire command first. Oops. Okay, then pipe that into Zargs. What is it? greprl challenges. Okay. Let's try the entire command here. Let's reload this page. Oh. Huh. So here, I mean, it's txt extension, but this does everything, not just the txt extension files. I mean, this should work, but it didn't work. You need the RL because it only lists files, otherwise Zargs would take all the input. You just want the file. Noel B. Augustine, hello, nice to see you here. I'm new to this field. Could you give me a guide to get into this thing? Cybersecurity. Noel B. Augustine, hello, nice to see you here. And I mean, what kind of role are you looking to do inside of cybersecurity? The first thing you need to identify is the type of job you want to do inside of the field, because the field is pretty big. There's a lot of different jobs, and the training for the different jobs are going to be different. The first thing you want to do is you want to figure out what kind of stuff you want to do inside of cybersecurity. Do you want to do security testing? Do you want to do incident response? Do you want to do development, secure development operations? You know, that kind of thing. Let's see. Sumi says, get into GRC, to be honest, money talks. I mean, I'm not qualified to tell you how to get into GRC roles, but maybe Sumi knows how to do it. Let us know, Sumi. Okay, so you need the -L, what? The -RL, okay? Let's bring it up. -RL. Did that work? Test failed. Files without txt extension must remain unmodified. Try again. Okay, so we need to grep for those things specifically, and then after we receive those file names, studying cybersecurity at university at the moment, you earned a new subscriber. Thank you very much, Haiki. Thank you. Sick of the Mind says the easiest way to get into GRC is to go work for a third-party assessor. Throw in another grep. I think, yeah, we could throw in another grep. And grep for .txt. Did that work? Found the string, some challenges are difficult. Okay, so let me just grab this part of the command. So this results in nothing? That's kind of weird. Okay, so let's just do this. So this gives us file names. This gives us file names. Then we need to... Not a text file. Oh. We just grep txt. Yeah. So this greps out only the txt files. And we should be able to get it after that. Done! Done, done, done. Great. Okay, so this was the command in the end. Thank you very much to Alexander. Very useful advice, thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to the last part of today's stream. So the last part of today's stream, we're going to be doing some Hack the Box, because we love Hack the Box. And if you're logged into Hack the Box, you can take a look at our list of challenges for the day. Exargs is super useful. Yeah, I mean, I figure if you do a lot of scripting, you're going to be using Exargs a lot. Anyways, let's put a couple hours on the clock. Let's work on these digital forensics challenges for an hour, well, 2 hours. We'll see where we're at after that. Or just Linux administration. Yeah, I mean, it's also fun to be able to get exactly what you want out of the console. Or just anything in Linux, really. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so these are HackTheBox Sherlocks. These are, they're mostly like defensive blue team kind of challenges. And we're going to be doing the ones that we can do for free because we always like to showcase free content on our live streams. The reason why I don't cover a lot of HackTheBox is that the free offerings from HackTheBox that is evergreen, it's a bit limited. There are some AppSec Sherlocks as well. Oh, okay. So yeah, I'd like to cover more stuff at HackTheBox because it's really good for my YouTube channel, just for transparency. So I'm trying to increase the number of people that come on over to the YouTube, and well, videos that have the word HackTheBox or related to HackTheBox, they're probably going to get a lot more eyes. So let's go ahead and start making some write-ups. Some source code review and hacking chain dev. Really? Okay, so walkthroughs. I recommend HackTheBox. I actually have the CPTS. The Academy is pretty solid. I really like the stuff from the Academy. Aside from the fact that the stuff from the Academy can be a bit dry, there's a lot of like straight text where you're reading for like 30 minutes at a time. But the material at the Academy is really good. Okay, so do I even have HackTheBox here? Ooh, I don't think I do. Oh no, wait, I do. No, I don't. Let's make a directory. Okay. So HackTheBox. And this is going to be for Sherlocks. I'm also not a fan of the strange page orientation. Yeah, the format for the web pages can be a little bit off. Okay, so the first one we're going to do is, let's do this one called Romcom. So if you're logged into to HackTheBox, you should be able to access these directly. So for each one of these, let's see, I'll just call this Romcom. So we're going to record a couple of different things for these challenges. So the URL of the challenge, the concept, we need to understand the challenge, the method of solving the challenge. And let's begin. Okay, so let's see. Play Sherlock info reviews. Sherlock info about Romcom. I guess they've got a description, so if they have a description, I should probably record that as well. Hold on. So concept, challenge description. Somebody asks, do you have a job? Well, I mean, my job is doing cybersecurity online content on like Twitch and YouTube. I'm also starting up like a nonprofit for teaching people about cybersecurity at the local level. But yeah, that's what I'm up to. Thank you very much for following Bingus Thy Bongus. Bingus Thy Bongus. That's a name. Welcome to the stream. Okay, challenge description. What do we got? Analyze the system that was the target of an WinRAR application and abused by groups like Romcom and the Paper Werewolf in 2025. Why is this retired? Retired free Sherlock. Okay. Okay, so they've got the scenario here. So I'll just copy it. We'll put it in our challenge description. Actually, let's put this between some backticks. Concept, we don't know yet. Oh, actually we kind of know. The challenge description tells us something. Analyze the system that was the target of the WinRAR application. But what kind of file are we actually interacting with? So download files, we got a zip file here. Let's... Why is there a key? Is there a... Oh, okay, this is the password. Download zip. Okay, so let's go over to another, we'll call this Sherlock's. Okay, so the zip directory is here. What is this challenge called? What do we download? We download the zip file. I don't see the zip file here. Hold on. Okay, copy URL to clipboard. Let's move into the temp directory. And download it using wget. Looks like we need to put this between some single quotes. It looks like that didn't actually download the file. Alright, let's just use the regular file downloader. Download zip. Didn't I already download this? No, I didn't. Why didn't it download? Click on download zip, and it doesn't download it. What am I doing wrong? Upgrade, connect to HackTheBox. Network error. Okay, let's try that again. Download zip. Connection settings. I'm pretty sure I don't need to be connected to the HackTheBox network in order to do the challenge. But I don't know, I could be wrong. So I'm on the free plan right now. I'm only trying to highlight challenges that we can do for free. Download zip. So the other thing is that we tried to download this using wget, but we ended up download this redirect instead. So when we're downloading stuff with the wget like this, are we supposed to follow the redirects? I'm pretty sure we can follow redirects by doing wget dash, is it dash L? Follow relative links only. There was is there one for follow redirects? Recursive. But yeah, I'm just trying to download the zip file. Okay, well, I wonder if it's just this file that's not that's not responding, or if I should be, or if it's just everything. Because the thing, let's see, errored out before. I guess it's still erroring out. Okay, let's take a look at wget. Let's see, wget recursive or follow redirects. Actually, let's TLDR it. TLDR wget. So basic auth, continue and incomplete download, download all URLs stored in a text file, limit download speed, download contents of a URL to a file, TS movie. TS a movie? Not too sure what you're trying to indicate here. Download the contents, download the single web page and all its resources, download all listed files. Let's just do wget help, grep out, redirect. Max redirect. Maximum redirections allowed per page. Trust server names. Okay, download. It really doesn't want to download. The only other thing that might be relevant is that I'm not connected, but I mean, we shouldn't need to connect to the network to download these files. Automod annoying. I'm sorry. What were you trying to say, It's Brody? So the machines, I mean, this shouldn't really matter. Copy URL to clipboard. Okay, so if we got the URL here, let me just take a look at this. So this is labs.hackthebox.com, API v challenges, whatever, redirect user auth equals this. So can we use curl? Can we use curl to download this? Thing.zip. ASCII text. So this isn't actually the file. This is just a yeah, why can't I download this darn file? Okay, let me try another challenge. Just so that I can, you know, feel a little bit better about this not being challenge specific. Let's see, phantom check, sure. Okay, let's try downloading this file. This file doesn't... Download's fine for my PC. Huh. That's... I mean, I'm Ronan, I assume that you're not connected to the HTTP network right now? Let me try this from another browser. I guess we would have to go back. We're doing the rom-com. Okay, so how large is this file? It's a 17 megabyte file, so you know, doing some cheap tricks to move it over to our computer isn't going to work. Okay, just a second, everybody. I gotta type in my password, and when I'm typing in my password, I'm gonna mute the stream. It's Brody. What are we talking about? I still don't understand what you're talking about here. Want a different server? Yeah, give me a different server to download to. Yeah, give me a different link, maybe it'll help me out. because this server doesn't seem to be working. Oh, it's Brody. I think I understand. You're trying to say it's a movie. Thank you very much for subscribing, Marco. I can't pronounce that name. I'm not too sure. Could you give me a hint? Thank you. Okay, so hack the box. Sorry, buddy. I'm just trying to figure out some technical difficulties. Yeah, everything's timing out. I don't know why TryHackMe doesn't like me. Oh, TryHackMe works? Huh, it's working on my host machine. But it's not working in my Kali Linux machine. It's kind of weird. Okay, let's try that. Does it download the thing? That's weird. It doesn't want to download. It'll download on my Windows machine, but it won't download on the Kali Linux machine. It's the VPN. I don't think I've got a VPN operating on my Kali Linux machine. So I don't know. I mean, I'm also not connected on my Windows machine, so I don't understand what's going on here. I think I might be able to transfer this. Hold on, I'm gonna try. Oh man, I'm gonna try emailing this to myself, and then I'll download it from there. Just a second. But the thing about emailing this to myself is that it might get caught by the Gmail filters, which would be really weird. But I guess it's kind of an experiment as well. Hold on. Start a Python server or something. I'll try emailing it to myself. Okay, Ronan said my link didn't work. I didn't see your link. Could you paste it? Links don't seem to work for. No. Actually, wait. I did get your link. The link didn't work. I tried doing it. Marco, hello. Share it with yourself on Google Drive or something similar, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna try doing it through email. So I'm gonna log into my email over here. And while I'm doing that, I'll just blank the screen. Actually, I can do this off screen. Let me just move the machine down, and then access the email. So I'm having trouble downloading a file on HackTheBox. So I'm just going to. See if I can email it to myself. Okay, I should be able to finish downloading this in just a second. Okay, I think I should have received it. Dead May says, hackers downloading a file 10 minutes. Well, okay. Sometimes the technical difficulties get in the way. Dead Maze, if you think that hackers always have the solution, or they're able to do everything perfectly, or they're, you know, some sort of technical masters and they don't have difficulties, you know, when interacting with technology, you're wrong. And, well, hackers are people. Anyways, let's take a look at the downloads directory. Alright, we got it. It took a while, but we were able to download the thing. So we just, well, let's move this over to the other directory. Let's see, Dead May says, don't talk to me, I'm a 50-year-old expert. I'm a 50-year-old IT expert. Well, I mean, if you're an expert, that means you do everything perfectly, right? Listen, if you're not impressed with my skills, leave. That's all I have to say. Okay, let's unzip the file, and then we can get started. So it's looking for the password. We know that the password is over here. Dead May says bye. Well, okay. Okay, so this is the password for the file. Alright, so this is a what file? It is a VHDX file. So I'm not particularly familiar with this stuff. Let's take a look. So this is a Microsoft disk image. Okay, so we're looking at disk image stuff. So let's see. What is the CVE assigned to the WinRAR vulnerability that was used by the Romcom threat group in 2025? I mean, we could probably search for these common terms. So CVE Romcom 2025 WinRAR. CVE Romcom WinRAR 2025. Okay, we've got a CVE. Let's put that in another tab. Is this the answer you're looking for? Apparently it is. Okay. So what is the nature of the vulnerability? We can do a little bit of reading here. So a path traversal vulnerability affecting the Windows version of WinRAR allows the attackers to run arbitrary binary code by crafting malicious archive files. Vulnerability was used in the wild and discovered by these people over here. Okay. So what was it? Path traversal? Path traversal. So that's what they're looking for, I suspect. Okay, what is the name of the archive file under Susan's document folders? Susan's document folder. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to access this image file. So the image file is this one over here. So VHDX, Microsoft Disk Image Extended. So I wonder what the correct program we would want to use is. Probably, if we wanted to do it the easy way, we would probably be looking at Autopsy. So, JBad, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so what I want to do is I want to install a nice version of. I guess we could also use the web version of Autopsy that's included, but the web version of Autopsy, I don't know if it's good enough for running it on this on the file that we've got here. So VHDX. So let's see, Kali Linux. We want to install Autopsy. Autopsy install. Sudo apt install Autopsy. Just studying C2 with Sliver. Yeah. Are you following some specific module, or are you using a specific module from like a platform, or are you just experimenting on your own? Okay, so see if it works. Autopsy is already the newest version. I don't think this is supposed to be the newest version. Sudo apt auto remove to remove them. I mean, if we use Autopsy, it runs the it gives us this web version that I don't like. Unable to connect. Really? HTTP localhost Autopsy. Keep this process running. Oh. Sleuthkit Autopsy. Well, let's figure out how to install the thing. Sudo apt install Autopsy, which will open the web-based interface in your browser at this. I mean, we don't want to use the web-based one. We'd prefer to not use that. I guess what we could do is we could also use a different VM as well, but I mean, that would be a bit of a pain in the butt since everything is here already. Let's take a look at the repository here for Kali Linux. The other thing we could do is we could go to the actual Autopsy GitHub. Autop. Sleuthkit Autopsy, okay. And then we would do installation. For a Windows installation, okay, but we're not looking for Windows. Maybe it's because Autopsy runs best on Windows. You could mount it. Oh, I mean, this is a Windows, I don't think I really want to mount this thing, because it's got malware on it. It's a Windows disk image extended. It's Windows malware. I mean, oh, you're talking about mounting this thing on my Kali Linux machine. Maybe. But if possible, I'd like to be able to use my preferred tools on it. But we got other releases as well. I'm thinking that everything's going to be for Linux. Or sorry, everything's going to be for Windows. So what are some... So the other question would be, I probably need to do this thing inside of Windows, but I kind of don't want to run Windows. I kind of don't want to run Windows stuff, so I might have to switch to another challenge. It's Windows malware, true. Okay, so just, just for the sake of convenience, I'll just cover stuff that's Linux compatible in this case. All right, let's try another challenge. Hopefully, I can actually start downloading files from HackTheBox, because if I'm not able to, it's going to be a big pain in the butt. Let's do the Brutus challenge then. Okay, so this is Unix stuff, and yeah, we should be able to do this. Thank you very much for following Ashocks. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's, well, we'll close this out, because we weren't able to do it, but let's do a new one. This one's called Brutus, I think? Brutus. Okay, the URL, the description, the concept, method to solve. Okay, so we've got another file to download. It's only 6 kilobytes. All right, well, hopefully we can download it and it doesn't start going weird. Okay, so in this very easy Sherlock, you will familiarize yourself with win, auth.log, and wtmp logs. It's also not looking like executable files. Are we talking about the Brutus challenge, or are we talking about... Or are we talking about the previous challenge? Okay, so retired free Sherlock, we're still having troubles downloading this thing. That's irritating. Okay, we can copy this to the clipboard. I can download it from the other host. And then I can send the good old email. I really wish this would resolve inside the Kali Linux. But you find a way. Let's see. Okay, so just a sec, I need to receive the email. Just gotta do this off screen. I really appreciate that that Gmail tells me that this is a potentially dangerous file that I'm downloading. It's very nice of it. How does the redirect work if you paste it directly into the browser? I mean, if you paste it directly into the browser, it's going to try to download the file using the credentials that are in the URL. So if you have a user session, if you have a valid user session in your browser, then you should be able to download it. But for some reason, the when I click it on the Kali Linux machine, it doesn't resolve, or I guess the server doesn't communicate with the Kali Linux browser properly. Not too sure why. Anyways, let's get that. It's called Brutus, right? Alright, thank you very for following Pua Labs, or PUA Labs. Not too sure exactly how to pronounce that. Let us know. Okay, unzip Brutus. We need to get the password. I'm pretty sure that the password is the same thing. The password is HackTheBlue. Okay, so we were... Is this a Python script? Huh. Okay. Let me just make sure. Okay, we also unzip the auth.log file. You know what? Just to make sure that we'll make directory for this. So Brutus, and we'll just work inside of that directory just to make sure that the other files in the temp directory aren't getting mixed up. Let's move. Oh, did it not get? So Brutus.zip is, oh sorry, it's .. Okay, so from here we'll unzip it. Okay, so this is just utemp.py. I thought there was supposed to be an auth.log file in here. Okay, so we're answering the questions. I started doing this. Huh, why didn't the auth.log file unzip? Hold on. Okay, so in this very easy Sherlock, you pronounce it fine. Okay, glad to catch your stream. Awesome. And let's see. Familiarize with the Unix auth.log and wtemp logs. We'll explore a scenario where a Confluent server was brute forced via an SSH service. After gaining access to the server, the attacker performed additional activities which you can track using auth.log. Although auth.log is primarily used for brute force analysis, we will delve into the full potential of this artifact in our investigation, including the aspects of privask, persistence, or even some visibility into command execution. So I don't think I got everything from this file. xxd. So I should have been able to download, or sorry, unzip the auth.log file. Yeah, but for some reason that didn't unzip. So we got the utmp.py file, but we didn't get the auth.log file. Let's try that again. Unsupported compression method. Oh, okay. So we need to update our system so that we can uncompress these files. Unsupported compression method 99. Let's investigate this. Looks like we have to do more tech. Best way to learn to hack as a beginner. Loop reboot. Hello, nice to see you here. What's the best way to learn to hack as a beginner? So it really depends on what your goals are. Because if you want to do security testing, like network security testing or web app security testing, it's going to be a different path than if you want to do incident response. And it's going to be a different path if you want to do GDR, like some other people were suggesting. What kind of job do you want to do in cybersecurity? Just describe the type of activities you would be doing, and then I can better answer your question. Cypher asks, are you allowed to solve this publicly? I should be able to. I was asking around how I can gain access to my other laptop and hack it. I don't know what programs I need. Okay. Loop Reboot says networking and cloud stuff. Okay, I mean that narrows it down quite a bit. So I would suggest, if you're a complete beginner, there's a starter pack I can suggest. So there's a number of the first 3 links. Well, I mean they're all YouTube playlists. The first 2 playlists are going to get you familiar with tech topics, like in general, very general, broad tech topics. It covers the A+ certification materials. The third playlist is going to be for computer networking, and you need to know like a good amount of computer networking to do like technical cybersecurity and hacking stuff. So you do the first 2, then you do the third playlist, and then, well, at the same time you can do some easy CTF exercises in the fourth playlist over there. Let's see. October Barbie says, that's good. I'm taking cybersecurity classes now. I downloaded Anaconda. Anaconda. I don't think I've heard of that one. Anaconda cybersecurity. Are you talking about the Anaconda AI stuff, or I'm not too sure what you're talking about here? If that's what it is, let me know. But you're asking around about how I can access my other laptop, hack it. I don't know what programs I need. Well, I mean, most of the people who get into learning about cybersecurity, like network stuff, web app stuff, they use something called Kali Linux. So Kali Linux is a version of Linux with a bunch of security stuff installed on it. And most people learn about cybersecurity by, getting their own Kali Linux virtual machine or, some access to it. It's not completely necessary. It's just a bunch of security programs. It's a bunch of Linux security tools that are all packaged together. So let's see. October Barbie says, my teacher said Anaconda. I don't know if that's a Python thing. I mean, I haven't heard about Anaconda, so I don't know I don't know what that is. If anybody else knows exactly what it is it like AI stuff, or is it like a common tool or a program? Kali also has a tab with related courses. I mean, you don't necessarily need to do the courses from Kali. You can learn a lot of cybersecurity on your own and for free. And in fact, I've got a bunch of different I have a bunch of different education resources over at the website. So education resources, everything's, if you want to learn about a specific topic, we have a bunch of links. The courses with Kali would be OffSec. Yeah, so OffSec is the company that makes Kali Linux. Anaconda is a Python environment. They're Python environment managers. Okay. So I mean, I've never used it. Anaconda Python Is Anaconda different from Python? Is it? Anaconda is a platform for AI and data science that uses the Python language. I don't know if this is what we're talking about. Sri, hello, nice to see you here. Just what was... Because she said download it. I mean, she would better be able to teach you how to use it than I would. I mean, I don't even know what the thing is. But yeah, I would say that, okay, so we're trying to solve this issue here. Unsupported compression method 99 error means that the zip file uses AES encryption, which older or incompatible software cannot handle. To fix this, use a modern archiving tool that supports AES encryption, such as 7-zip, 1-zip, or a more recent version. Okay, use the correct command line tool. So is this because we're using Linux? Just wanted to see if it was worth downloading. Well, I mean, if you're using it for a course, and if your instructor is asking you to use it, then by all means use it. Why is everything named after snakes and coffee? I don't know why everything's named after snakes and coffee. That's a very interesting question. Okay, so extract an encrypted file through the terminal. Is this a problem with the file which is not supported by Linux? Maybe. What is unsupported compression method 99? Okay, this encryption standard is not supported by unzip binary. So 7-zip. So we need to use a different program. We were only able to unzip one of these files. Okay, let's go ahead and ask the good old AI. Okay, so we're dealing with we got this when we tried unzipping a file in Linux, Kali Linux to be exact. Is this because the Linux unzip program doesn't support some specific codec? Let's see what it says. Okay, October Barbie says, basically all I wanted was Python and Kali Linux. Didn't want to download something that was going to be a mess, web mess with your system. I want to learn more about Kali Linux. I heard it's a different interface. So I think what you want to do is you want to learn how to create virtual machines. If you create Kali Linux as a virtual machine on top of your Windows machine, you'll have a better time because you can check out Kali Linux without having to worry about using like a completely separate operating system. You can just run it on top of Windows, which is what I'm doing right now. So I have a video that talks about how to do that. I'll leave it in chat. Okay, so Cypher says, sometimes I struggle to unzip and I have to download from HackTheBox. Okay, let's see what good old ChatGPT has to say. Exactly right, the error means that your unzip utility on Linux doesn't support the compression method used in the archive. Let's break it down, okay? So number 99 is the internal zip method ID field. Each compression algorithm has its own method ID, sure. When unzip encounters an unfamiliar ID, it doesn't know how to decompress. Okay, so how to open it in Linux. I subbed to you on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you very much, October Barbie. But yeah, if you have any questions about cybersecurity, getting into cybersecurity, beginner cybersecurity stuff, I'm happy to answer questions. I don't have all the answers, of course, because I don't consider myself a cybersecurity expert, but I am trying to help people get into cybersecurity and direct them towards good resources. Okay, you can use tools that support more modern codecs, so 7-zip, 7-zip. Okay, 7Z. Do I have this installed? 7Z. Oh, 7Z exists. Okay, so I should be able to unzip this using 7-zip instead. Let's get rid of the Python file first. So 7Z x brutus.txt, well, brutus.zip. Okay, so from here, if it's AES encrypted, 7-zip will prompt for the password properly. Okay, let's try it out. Enter password. Okay, so we got the file successfully. Great. Well, yeah. So, like our good friend, Dead Maze, I think that it was his name. He said that you know, why aren't you able to resolve your tech issues? If you're a hacker, you'll come across different tech issues all the time. You need to do your research and, you know, figure out how to, you know, solve the problem. So some people think that hackers are wizards. Tech issues? Never. Some people think that hackers are wizards and they should be able to figure out their problems immediately and know all the, you know, answers beforehand. That's not the way it works. Okay, so auth.log. What is in here? So ASCII text, okay. So, I mean, the Python file is a Python file, and WTMP. What kind of file is that? Data, so just binary data. So if I just take a look at WTMP, it's just going to give us a bunch of gibberish. Jim says, love the frog. No worries. No worries, Jim. And welcome to the stream. You know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done some good old Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the challenge itself. Alright, so analyze the auth.log file. What is the IP address used by the attacker to carry out a brute force attack? So let's take a look at that file. It's just like an ASCII text file. So this is a log file. It's got a bunch of IP addresses and a bunch of information about user sessions. There's a Confluence user on the system. So we're definitely, so the way it's presented here, it definitely looks like we're dealing with some Unix or Linux logs. Glowstick asks, why not run ChatGPT in the terminal? I've never run ChatGPT in the terminal before. I mean, I guess I could, but I like to keep my terminal nice and clean. Of course, I could have ChatGPT, like, you know, on the other side of the screen, but I prefer to use it in the web interface. Okay, so what is the IP address used by the attacker to carry out the brute force attack? I mean, the first thing we would want to do is we'd want to identify all the IP addresses in general. The way we would identify like that something is brute force is we just see the same IP address over and over again. SX MVP, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so cat auth.log. It looks like we need to separate out all of the IP addresses. So let's I mean, we can grep these out. Grep in auth.log for some sort of pattern. Actually, wait, grep uses the name of the file first. So I guess what we want to do is we want to look for an extended pattern. Or actually just get IP, right? Just get this pattern. Okay, so this pattern here And then we would... I think what we want to do is we just want to get just the IP addresses. So you could probably pipe this into something else. Maybe cut D, cut by space, get the 2, 3, 4th field. No, the 3rd field, the 5th field. Yes. Okay. What was this? Sick in the Mind says if you're in a real pen test engagement, you would have already violated your customer's NDA by sharing their result content with an AI agent. JBad asks, are you more in defense or more offense? Yeah, I mean, I would say that I'm more offensive security. I originally trained to be a web app security tester, and I worked. Originally I trained to be a network security tester, but it turns out that the people who wanted me to work for them wanted me to do web app security testing, so I learned about web app security testing. Definitely more offensive than defensive. Second Mind says, this is why you don't run your pen test with ChatGPT in the console if you're pen testing. Yeah, you definitely don't want to feed any of the customer data. Okay, we got the IP addresses here. From here we can sort the IP addresses, and maybe we can get a count, unique count. Okay, so all of these are coming from the same IP address. But wait, this isn't what I got in the answer. That's weird. What is the IP address used by the attackers? Somehow it's this one. I mean, I started working on this, and then I, stepped away. Analyze the auth.log. What is the IP address used by the attackers to carry out the brute force attack? Okay, let's look. Let's look at this again. Oh, we're looking for other IP addresses. Okay, so I wonder what the big difference is. Okay. I think this is our IP address, maybe. Yeah. So this is coming from a bunch of different ports. All right, let's get the IP, like the other format of IP address. Okay, so Glowstick says, can't you isolate in cloud though? Also, aren't there AI models without persistence stuff for avoiding NDA stuff? We learned that even in the pathway. Well, I mean, I haven't done pen testing with AI, with what is it called, AI assistance before, so I've never really had to learn the rules of engagement as far as that stuff is concerned. I would say that when you're dealing with ChatGPT and other LLMs, you definitely want to avoid feeding it confidential customer information. You can talk about stuff that's kind of related, but you definitely can't include like sensitive information like IP addresses or like customer code or anything like that. That'd be a bad idea. Okay, so what am I looking for? I'm looking for Linux regex for IP addresses. Okay, so we're looking for this pattern here. So I think, I mean, we covered this earlier today. No such file or directory, okay. I think we need to put this between some single quotes. Auth.log. Okay, here we go. So is this... So we identified all of this stuff. We just need to... Can we isolate it using grep? Try -p. Okay, so once again we're looking at grep help. So we only want to get the pattern. Only matching. Show only non-empty parts of the lines that match. Okay, so it's -o. So same thing, -o for only, and we get these IP addresses. So, I mean, this is obviously the IP address we're looking for then. And just for fun, and then sort, of course. Then we can pipe it into sort -u for unique. I mean, we've got sort unique. We can also sort, then get like a counter, right? Sort UC? No. Sort -c? No. Sort into unique C. Okay. So this shows us that this IP address shows up once, this IP address shows up once. And this IP address shows up 214 times. So this is probably the source of the brute force attack. Okay, and where are we? Task 2. The brute force attempts were successful and the attacker gained access to the account on the server. What is the username of the account? The username of the account. Okay, so we're looking for... We're still looking at the auth.log. And we're looking for the user. What is the username of the account? The brute force attempts was successful, so we're looking for a successful SSH session. Accepted password. Accepted. We can search for accepted probably. Cat auth.log grep successful or accepted. Cyber Junkie, you were right there. Have you ever done bug bounty? No, I've never done bug bounty myself. I know some people who do bug bounty, and well, a lot of people have a lot of varying opinions on bug bounty. Some people are super for bug bounty, some people are super against it. I've heard arguments for both, but yeah, it's definitely something. I know people who do bug bounty professionally, and they do it as their only job. But those people are usually really, really good at their job. Like, they've been working in the industry for, like, decades. Okay, so SSH2, accepted password from root. I mean, we see that... I guess what we need to do is we just need to grep accepted and then grep for the IP address. 65.212168. So the reason why I'm doing it this way is I'm just trying to figure out what the logic would be when looking through these logs. So we look for, well, there's Cyber Junkie and there's root. They both managed to log in. But as far as the brute force attack is concerned, they would probably brute force in. It's more likely that they would brute force into the root account as opposed to the Cyber Junkie account. Zane says, I'm trying to do it. It's hard because if I found something like a bug and it's out of scope, I just think it's a hard bug. I will just keep going. Do you have any advice? I mean, it's tough. some people work for months and months without earning any money doing bug bounty. So it's hard for me to recommend as like a viable path for making a living, but some people can get it done. It's yeah. I definitely say that if you want to get into bug bounty, you need to hone in on one or two specific types of web application security bugs that you constantly look for on all of your targets. It's a lot easier to become very, very specialized. Okay, where was I? Okay, so the root account. Next question. So identify the UTC timestamp when the attacker logged in manually to the server and establish a terminal session to carry out their objectives. The login time will be different from the authentication time and can be found within the WTMP artifact. Okay, so we're looking at a different file now. So JBag says, friend of mine, he said he only gets money if he finds critical bugs. Okay. Glowstick says, focus on specific attacks like SQL injection. Yeah. 20 says, bug bounty is difficult. Some vulnerabilities you discovered won't even get you paid. I agree with the frog. Okay, so UTC timestamp. So we're looking at for year, month, day, hour, minute, second. So, I mean, I think what we want to do is we want to identify this kind of pattern inside of the file. So let's go over and look for this kind of regex pattern. So Linux regex for UT, what is it called? UTC time. Okay, regular expression for on Linux for UTC time typically target the ISO, this format here, year, month, day, hour. And Truckers Knowledge 101, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Welcome to the stream. Here's a common regex for matching basic timestamp, okay? That is a funny looking regex, but let's see if grep is able to define this. Okay, Zane says, Cyberner Dante says, Cyberner Dante is our resident bug bounty person. Cyberner Dante says, bug bounty is not easy and you aren't promised to find any bugs. Advice is to find a target with a large scope and spend a long time on that one target. Don't bounce around, okay? What tools do people use that are always in scope? What tools do people use that are always in scope? How do people spot bugs? They're stored in year/mm/dd format with slashes. I mean, the first thing we want to do is we want to take a look at the WTMP file. We probably want to... Yeah, this is a like a data file, well, like half data, half text. So we just get the strings out of here, and then we look for specific times. I don't even see times. That's kind of unusual. Hold on. Identify the UTC timestamp. Oh, okay. The login time will be different from the authentication time. It can be found in the WTMP artifact. The funny thing is that if we take a look at the strings in here, I don't see any timestamps. Arsh says, rare to see a Kali user that actually pen tests. Rare to see a Kali user that actually pen tests. I mean, are you saying... I'm not too sure what you're trying to say. Are you trying to say that people use Kali, people who do pen tests don't use Kali? I guess that's what you're trying to say. Okay, so yeah, I don't see any timestamps in here. Although maybe I should be looking at this with another program. So the name of the file is called WTMP. So that's like Unix WTMP file. Oh, you can use the Python file. Okay. So we include this Python script, UTMP. I guess this is what it's used for. UTMP, Python, and run it on WTMP. Okay. So now we've got the timestamps. Cool. So it's looking for what? Identify the UTC timestamp where the attacker logged in manually to the server and established a terminal session. The login time will be different from the authentication time. Okay, so let's... So the problem here is that type PID line ID user host term. So we're looking for the root user because the bad guy was able to brute force in as the root user. So let's see, grep root. We only have a few now. And there's only one from this specific IP address. But maybe we're looking for a different IP address. Oh, Arsh says, I meant that almost all of the Kali users are script kiddies. I mean, if you're talking about, like, real pen testers, most of the real pen testers I know, they use Kali Linux. They use a different Kali Linux, they use a different Kali Linux, what is it called? Like, snapshot for each engagement that they do. But, say, like, broadly blanketing all people who use Kali Linux and saying that they're script kiddies, I don't know if that's the correct thing to do. You could use any operating system to do pen testing. You could use Windows if you wanted to, you could use Linux, you could use Ubuntu. I don't think it's fair to say that everybody who uses Kali is a script kiddie. Anyways, what were we doing? Okay, so we've got... So we isolated that this is the IP address that the brute force attack came from. So if we just get that, I mean, there's only one instance, right? So 652.161.68. Yeah. So we're looking for the time, right? So the task says, identify the UTC timestamp where the attacker logged in manually to the server and establish a terminal session to carry out their objectives. So it also could be that they use a different IP address to do their manual work than doing the brute force attack. We'll give this one over here and see if it works. If it's not, then we'll keep on looking around. Xgravity says, just subbed, hi. Hello, Xgravity, nice to see you here. Abdox says, I use Parrot OS. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you could use Parrot OS, sure. I mean, realistically, I'm not too sure what the really big difference is between using... Oh, that's the wrong process. That's the wrong format. Okay. So UTP timestamp, we're looking at... What was it? Year. and then dash, month, and then dash day, and then hour, minute, second. Okay, hope this works. Ryan says, I'm farting, it hurts. Ryan, hello. Do I know you, Ryan? Or let me know if we've met in person before. Okay, so it looks like this is the wrong UTC timestamp. The thing is that there are no UTC timestamps in here. Okay, so the root user. Oh, Ryan, hello, nice to see you here. We're doing some blue team stuff right now. I'm sorry, wait, what? Okay, Ryan, tell me where we met, and if I don't like your answer, I'm gonna ban you. Okay, R says, you'd be surprised how the amount of posts on Reddit asking how to install Chrome on Kali. Well, I mean, you can install whatever, you know, whatever web browser you want on Kali Linux if you really want to. But I guess it's saying that, you know, if I'm not using Chrome on as my web browser, I don't feel comfortable. SXMVP says, how do you get into cybersecurity without feeling like a cringe script kiddie at some point? I mean, everybody uses like common tools and common scripts. So if you define the word script kiddie as a person who uses tools that somebody else wrote or scripts that somebody else wrote, then everybody's a script kiddie. So I think it might have been sick in the mind that said like everybody's, you know, if you ever use somebody else's script, you're a script kiddie even if you don't use it most of the time. Anyways, Ryan, I'll give you a minute to give me the correct answer, otherwise I'm gonna ban you. R says, by this definition, the entire Arch user base is a script kiddie. Well, I mean, the word script kiddie just means, okay, let's define script kiddie as most people like to use it. Script kiddie equals not a quote-unquote real hacker. Script kiddie could also mean didn't compile their own Linux OS from scratch, or what else? What other fun possibilities are there? Uses computer programs that were written by other people. Okay. I guess I'm banning Ryan then. I don't know why everybody is so weird today. Uses nano equals script kiddie. I guess so. Well, okay. What else? Equals doesn't use the text editor I like, or didn't write their own text editor to use. I mean, the Wikipedia. Kitty can't spell compile. I guess so. I guess, let's see. Person who doesn't ever misspell anything. Doesn't use tmux. Doesn't use tmux, sure, why not? Abdox says, can I download Windows apps on Linux? No. Well, you can download Windows apps on Linux, but you can't run them. Someone who uses NeoFetch instead of FastFetch. Yeah, all of these qualifies as script kiddies. I mean, use whatever definition you like. Okay, what are we looking for? So the root user logged in from a few different, from like 2 different IP addresses. X Gravity says, check your bullet point second word. Check your second bullet point second word. Where are we? Second bullet point second word. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just gonna leave that there, you know, because script kiddies are, person who misspells things. Script kiddie equals person who misspells things. There you go. Alright, so let's go back to the challenge. So identify the UTC timestamp when the attacker logged in manually to the server and established a terminal session to carry out their objectives. So we're still assuming that they're logging in as the root account, but I wonder if I've got the UTC timestamp like format correct here. Cypher says UTMP script uses time.localtime. 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 Okay, so local time versus what? The login time will be different from the authentication time and can be found in the WTMP artifact. So the WTMP artifact is using something different. Okay, so the authentication time, if it's this one, right, then we need to locate this timestamp inside of the other file. Doesn't UTC use Z at the end? That's a good question. Does it? So the authorization.log files here. Auth.log. And we're looking for the one that matches the timestamp. So the timestamp we have is this one. This one here. So we're looking for May 6th. So this doesn't include the year. So we're looking for May 6th, March 6th. March 6th at this time. So we're grepping auth.log for this pattern. That pattern doesn't exist. Oh, March 6th. Okay. So it's March space 6. also doesn't exist. So we're looking at something that happened at like 1, well, potentially, we're looking at something that happens at 1 a.m. in the morning. There's multiple spaces between March 6th, but how, I mean, it looks like 2. So if this is in chronological order, it should go back up here, but there's nothing here that, that is before 6 a.m. So the WTMP file is here. Could you get for the username root? Gawkin Sternblade, hello, nice to see you here. Rets Harm, hello, nice to see you here. Is this the first? Wait, you sent some messages before. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Anyways, let's give everybody a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet? Because that's what we do. We try, anyways.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so if anybody's interested in trying this out for themselves, this is the link for the challenge. It's a digital forensics challenge called Brutus over at HackTheBox. You can make an account over at HackTheBox for free. And yeah, this stuff that we're dealing right now, this is all free stuff. So identify the UTC timestamp when the attacker logged in manually. So we're assuming root, and if we're assuming root, we have these options right over here. So I mean, I kind of don't want to just try plugging them in one at a time. I would like to be sure about what we're doing. Anyways, let's play some Faster Than Light for music. Persona Management says the usual haters are starting to see the honey pot. How do I hack my girlfriend's iPhone questions weren't disrupting the stream, so now they're trying the trolling method. They're so jealous to be trying this hard. Are people asking about hacking their girlfriend's iPhone? I don't even know. Okay, so but Arsh, I'm actually interested. Are you a person who does pen testing, or are you working in IT in another role? Are you a developer? Do you do administration? Do you work in management? I'm actually curious. I'm interested to hear what what kind of operating system non-script kiddies use. Not that I want to put it on the spot or anything. I people do hack using they could hack using Windows, they could hack using Ubuntu. I think it is very convenient to use Kali Linux for a lot of stuff. I have a friend who does network pen testing. I should ask Pebble the next time I see him online. I meant the last two root logins are March 6th. Which I thought you were looking for. Yeah, I mean, we identified. Well, I mean, all of these are March 6th, aren't they? Or are they not? Hold on. Oh, these are different dates. Yeah, this is March 6th here. We've got a couple for March 6th, but they're from different IP addresses. We got some from... I'm assuming that if they manage to break in, on March 6th, then it would be after March 6th, or on March 6th, where they do their dirty work. So it might be this. It might be this one. We just need to convert this over to the UTC format. And I think this is it, right? Hold on, let me delete this. So year, month, date, hour, minute, second. Okay, let's try this one then. That's not what they're looking for, huh? Low-level products like FF, MPEG, and kernels, okay. The only cybersecurity thing I know is reverse engineering, but it doesn't give me crazy hacker vibes. I mean, I think that reverse engineering is really cool. I mean, I say that as a person who doesn't know too much about reverse engineering, but if you're able to pick apart a binary and identify, like, you know, how it works, I think that is a very useful skill, and I think that it gives off, you know, really cool vibes. And that's just, you know, that's how I see it. Okay, so this is the correct format, right? I'm just gonna ask the AI for fun if this is UTC format, just because I want to confirm. Hello, is this in UTC format? Bam. It's Birdie says, thanks, Twitch Professor. I mean, I'm here to teach what I can. I just want everybody to understand that I'm not coming at this from like a professional, from like an expert standpoint. Even if I did work in cybersecurity for like a limited amount of time, that doesn't mean that what I say is automatically going to be correct. Okay, so the timestamp is not explicitly marked as UTC, but it's a format that could be UTC or any other time zone. So the time zone format is what? Year, month, day, hour, minute, second. Came from a system that uses UTC. If it came from a local system, it could be local time. No time zone indicator. Okay, so you know what? I want to get a hint. No, is there a hint? There is a hint for this one. Okay, hint please. Important to note that the first successful login by the attacker was the result of an automated brute force attempt, and the session was closed within the same second. After obtaining the working credentials, the attacker manually logged in and established a terminal session, and we need to identify that login. Use the WTMP artifact and the provided utmp.py script to view the login time of the working session and correlate that with the auth.log. Remember that the timestamp in WTMP will be displayed in your local system time, which may not be UTC. Oh, okay. So we need to convert this over to... So my suspicion is that this is the correct timestamp, but we need to convert this from local to UTC. Okay, Gaggan Sternblade says you might want to use that time date CTL to see what time zone you are in. They asked the question a few Fridays ago. Which question? Oh, okay. So persona management, you're talking about some people who asked about how do I hack my girlfriend's iPhone questions. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I guess the date over here is used by utemp.py. So utemp.py uses a specific module. Yeah, date time. So it uses date time. Let's get that specific thing. Import OS date time. Wait, they don't. Okay, so I really, Arf says, I really want to get into the networking side of cybersec, but it's a jargon of networking words that scare me. Not many learning resources in my knowledge. Okay, so Arf, yeah, I mean, what exactly do you want to learn? I have a bunch of different learning resources over at my GitHub here. So if you wanted to learn about, you know, network hacking stuff in particular, or web app hacking, go ahead and take a look at the pages on the GitHub here. Xgravity asks, how often do you do these streams? So I do them every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So that's yeah, 3 times a week. I try to cover a bunch of different topics each stream, just so that I don't get that I'm not covering the same stuff over and over again. Usually Mondays are for Linux, Wednesdays are for web app stuff, and Friday are for a variety. I guess these days we're doing like binary hacking, and we might be switching into digital forensics or cryptography pretty soon. The Messiah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just here to give everybody like as many resources as I can. I want to help people get into cybersecurity as easily as possible. Hopefully by using free resources, because I understand that not everybody has a bunch of money. I know I don't. Okay, let's go back. So date, let's just look for date. So just date time, okay. So the problem is that we need to convert one type of date time to, well, one format of the date into another format. Okay, so convert Python date time to UTC. Okay, Gorav asks, any tool for increasing Instagram followers? No, I mean that sounds like illegal stuff. Like, that sounds like illegal stuff. We don't do illegal stuff here. To convert a Python datetime object to UTC as time zone method with the timezone.utc from datetime module is used. This method correctly handles datetime time zone conversions, including daylight saving times adjustment, if the original datetime object is time zone aware. So for time zone aware datetime object, use as time zone. If the datetime object already has time zone information, use as time zone. As time zone, timezone.utc. Okay, for a naive datetime object without time zone information, needs to be made time zone aware before conversion. Okay. Ask for Instagram followers tool. Well, I mean, listen. I can't, I've never had the, desire to use hacking to get myself followers by using, some sort of hack. Please tell me if there's any such tool. I can't tell you. I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry to say. Okay, so by following these steps, Python datetime objects can be accurately converted to UTC, ensuring consistent time handling across different time zones. Okay, so what we have is local time stuff. Or we can just, run this thing. Where do we run it? we run this thing, and we get this. We want to convert this over to UTC. I wonder if there's like a convenient tool online, like local time to UTC converter. UTC time zone converter. Converts times instantly as you type. Well, I mean, I don't know if this is the right way to do it. You need to know what your local time zone is. Oh, yeah, I mean, okay, let's give this a try. So UTC, local time. Okay, so this will translate something into local time. What I want is I need to plug in the local time here. And I guess the local time here is, well, according to this one, is this time. Which one? I'm going to assume that it's the same IP address here. So 132? 132. So it's 632 in UTC. Sir, we will not make it illegal, only for knowledge. I'm still afraid I can't help you there, because I've never investigated using some sort of tool to get Instagram followers, so I can't help you. This is why I said to run time date CTL to see what the computer is connected to. What the computer is connected to. Okay, time date CTL. So this is... Oh, you know what? Oh, you're right, you're right. Because the Cali time is actually connected to New York, or East Coast. So we need to... Okay, so universal time is this one over here. I guess what we need to do here is we need to... What was it? I mean, this should still work. The conversion should still go over okay. You'd add 5 hours to the time. 5 hours. So yeah, okay. So this one over here, 632. So this is it here. All we need to do is just add 5 hours to this time then. Okay, dash here, and then this is this time. Okay, we will copy, we will give it a try. I changed that one line in the Python file to get the correct time and format. Sounds like a good way to do it. All right, let's go in and submit. Yes, okay, that worked. All right. Unfortunately, we only have like we don't have too much more time than we're going to be doing the stream, but let's see if we can answer this next question before we need to stop. SSH login sessions are tracked and assigned a session number upon login. What is the session number assigned to the attacker session for the user account from question number 2? Okay, so session number. I mean, if we identified that this is the correct log, I'm pretty sure this is the session number over here. Unless... Okay, just a second. I'm gonna check. And thank you very much for everybody who's providing helpful hints and collaborative commands and stuff like that, because this is not stuff that I usually do. I appreciate all the help that I can get. Okay, so if we just run the script, let's go up to the top. So we're looking for the session number, right? So session number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, the 9th number. So it looks like the 9th number is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the 9th thing is a session. So for example, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that's 601. But here it's like 0. Gak and Sternblade says it's 0. Could it actually be 0 though? It doesn't seem like a real... Wait, maybe it is. I mean, it says it's indicating here that it's supposed to be a 2-digit number. Oh, wait. We're talking about question 2. We're not talking about question 3. Question 2. The brute force attempts were successful. What is the username for the account? So we're not actually dealing with... We're dealing with the other file. So we're actually dealing with auth.log. So auth.log, and it's the root user, and it was from this port over here. So the IP address. So what was it? grep 65.2.161.68. And we're looking for the successful one for it. So like accepted, grep for accepted. Okay, so there are 2 of them. So I'm guessing it's going to be the later one. It's either going to be the earlier one or the later one. But it says here that, so the question says that it's supposed to be a 2-digit number. What is the session number assigned to the attacker session for the user account in question 2? Question 2 is... Yeah, so this is for the root login. SSH login sessions, session number. I don't see any two-digit number here. Okay, maybe we're looking for something else. Let's see, connected? Connection, like connection open or something? Authentication failure, session opened. Session opened. Nope. Let's just look for session opened. It looks like I misspelled that. Session opened is in lowercase. Okay. Nope. Okay, let's try this one more time. Session opened for user root by cyber junkie. That's weird. Okay. So, you know, just because I want to answer this last question, grep I -I for ignore case. Thank you. Okay, let's do let's just do like 5 more minutes, because I want to answer this question. And then after 5 minutes, we'll close out the stream. Okay. Do you think you can do an insane Sherlock? Well, I mean, this is supposed to be a very easy Sherlock. I'm definitely not a person who does a lot of digital forensic stuff, so if it's taken me so long to do a very easy Sherlock, the other thing about Hack the Box is that, you know, what they call very easy, even from the offensive side, it can be kind of difficult. So an insane Sherlock, well, maybe. Depends on how much time you get. People are given, right? SSH sessions are tracked and assigned a session number upon login. So what would an SSH session number be looked at? You know, what would it look like? Let me look at the other file. So the other file we're looking at is the wtemp. The thing here is that I don't see any like two-digit numbers, because the answer is supposed to be a 2-digit number. So I counted the session number and it said 0. I'm pretty sure that 0 doesn't 00. I don't think that's the answer. Okay, so if we just run the thing. So it says here, type, oh, actually we've got more. Type PID, line ID, user, host, term, exit, session, second, sec, usec, address, boot time. So I thought, so are there any, I don't even see any two-digit numbers in here. Actually, wait, here's a 2-digit number. Hold on. Okay, so grep out root. Yeah, if we're looking at this particular login right here, there's no 2-digit number associated with that. All right, let's get our hint, and maybe we can. Auth.log also tracks changes related to users and groups on the server. You should be looking in the log file. Cypher, you're probably ahead of me on this particular challenge. Tracks the changes related to users and groups on the server. Look for keywords indicating user additions or privilege assignments. User additions, privilege assignments. You should be looking in the log file. Okay, so. Ah, you know what? I think I understand what you're talking about. So the auth.log over here, we're probably looking for like CyberJunkie or something. So session opened for user root by CyberJunkie. But the thing is that we're still looking for a 2-digit number. I mean, they're not very many lines. I got them all. Not spoiling. No worries, you don't need to spoil anything. Okay, so there are not that many. Well, actually, there are there are quite a few of these lines. Accepted password. Oh, here we go. This might be it right here. New session 32 of user root. new session, new session. I mean, everything else doesn't really refer to a session number. I mean, we could grep for the pattern, new session. New session 6 of user root, new session 34 of user root, new session. So I mean, it's going to be one of these 2-digit numbers. So I'm thinking that it's probably the cyber junkie one. So new session, grep cyber junkie, and then get the 2 lines above and below. Oh no, wait. Just grep for cyber junkie and then get the 2 lines above and below. Where is it? So I think we're looking for like new session for root, probably. Yeah. So it's going to be either 37 or 49. It would be nice if we could, you know... They're logging in as root, probably. It's probably 37. Okay, that was it. All right, so everybody, we managed to do... Well, we did a lot of stuff today. Mostly, we did a lot of Linux puzzle stuff over at this website over here. This was really nice. So if you're interested in upping your Linux skills and figuring out how to do some obscure stuff, then yeah, commandchallenge.com. It's pretty good. And Ralphie Codes, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about what we're doing next time. So today's Monday. We just finished the stream for Linux Mondays. We're going to be doing Web App Wednesdays next. So the 4 topics we're doing on that stream are going to be Hack the Web, which is a fun CTF game. We're going to be doing our final digital forensics workshop over at HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're going to be doing some SSRF lab challenges over at Portswigger, which is my favorite place to learn about web app security. And we're going to be doing the Rabbit Store, which we started last week and had like a chain of different vulnerabilities, such as server-side request forgery and server-side template injection. We're going to see if we can finally root that box and finish that challenge. Okay, so typically at the end of the streams, we like to find somebody that we can raid into, and there are a bunch of fun InfoSec streamers over at this particular website called infosecstreams.com. Bit asks, any advice for me to start learning from the OWASP lab? When you say OWASP, can you give me a link for the OWASP lab that you're talking about? Or are you talking about, because I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. Okay, so nobody's on the InfoSec streams. Let's see who's on Twitch right now. Okay, we got Moohoodles. Yeah, Moohoodles is a great content creator. Let's see what she is up to. Twitch.tv Moohoodles. Here we go. So, okay, so Moohoodles likes to talk about NASA stuff. She likes to talk about science. She's a really fun streamer, and I'm sure you'll have a lot of fun over on our channel. But for Bit, let me commit these changes just a second. Let me just give you the web app hacking education links. I'd start over here. Depending on what you need to learn about web app stuff, I would follow these links and eventually move over to Portswigger Academy when you're ready. But anyways, let's go ahead and start that raid. Raid Moohoodles. Okay, so everybody, thank you very much for coming to today's stream. When you arrive on Moohill's channel, if you could give this message right here, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog, I would really appreciate it. Okay, everybody, we'll be back on Wednesday. Hope you had a fun time and have a great hacking rest of the week. Everybody, HackerFrogs, we're rating out in 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.